Usually met with derision from fans, but the combat is actually tuned around it. Juggling between seeing your enemy and shooting it creates a huge amount of drama and tension. It's actually kind of cool, just not that fun. A popular duct tape mod addressed this, as did Doom 3's BFG Edition remaster though.
Okay, so here we go. This is a flashlight moment. So if I had to actually switch to my flashlight here, you can see how that would be different because I would basically be in the dark while I'm trying to avoid fireballs.
The new demon designs are sapped of color and charm, turning iconic abominations into run-of-the-mill Umbrella BOWs, and it's impossible to envision them as anything but their counterparts in the 2005 movie. The aesthetic is very of its era and just doesn't quite match what we'd come to expect from Doom. Doom is a heavy metal mural airbrushed on the side of a speeding van, whereas Doom 3 is the embodiment of nu metal butt rock, more Mudvayne than Metallica. Decent for what it is, but it would take 12 more years before the series got a refresh with some actual riz. Some fans insist that Doom 64 is the true sequel to Doom 1 and 2. id closely supervised Midway Games' development of the N64 exclusive, resulting in an interesting but ultimately inconsequential side entry in the series, a Doom Gaiden. Doom 64 isn't hurt too much by its titular console's limitations, but there are fewer enemies thanks to small cartridge sizes, and the reduced animation frames on the shotguns really robs them of their kick. Worst of all, Midway couldn't get multiplayer working despite 4-player split-screen Doom deathmatches being a perfect fit for the system that gave us GoldenEye. Still, on the whole, the game looks great. Doom 64 has a uniquely bleak, gothic vibe with a gorgeous colored lighting system that's impressively sophisticated for the era. Instead of MIDI speed metal, the soundtrack is a dark ambient drone. There's no HUD, no grimacing Doom Guy face, only subtle numbers and letters rendered in bleary N64 textures. The gameplay is largely the same, though a new scripted event system creates neat opportunities for map design. Doom 64 seems like the game Carmack's co-owners were afraid id was going to make. More Doom, slightly different. It's just not different enough to warrant a higher place on the list. Doom 64 is a fun, fascinating, evolutionary dead end. 32 new levels designed in-house by id, a bunch of new enemies, and just one new weapon was more than enough to make Doom 2 the highest-selling software program of 1994. Doom 2 is Doom refined. Old monsters are reconfigured in clever ways, while fresh faces like the Revenant and Archvile add more complexity to demon distribution. Your arsenal only has one addition, but it's a weapon that would come to define Doom, the Super Shotgun. So, with all this great new stuff, shouldn't Doom 2 be a straight upgrade to the original? It almost is, but Doom 2's map design just doesn't hit the same. Doom 2 was billed as Hell on Earth, but the aging tech couldn't really produce convincing suburbs or downtown the same way Duke Nukem's build engine would a couple of years later. Doom 2 feels less of a journey than Doom. As shareware, the first game was divided into 3, later 4, clear episodes, with interstitial map screens between levels tracing your path of destruction across the moons of Mars until thy flesh is consumed by hell itself. As a boxed game from the get-go, Doom 2 is presented as a barely connected 32-level megawad. The game supposedly depicts a full-on demon invasion of Earth, but this is mostly conveyed through 3 different skyboxes. Doom 2 has some great maps and lots of innovative twists on the formula, but on the whole, it's a less cohesive and satisfying package than the first game. At the time, map quality didn't matter quite as much. Fans had already been sharing their own custom levels en masse, passed around as WAD files via floppy disks and 28 kilobaud modems. Doom 2 is almost more notable as a platform than as a standalone title. It gave modders and wadders a chance to shine and even go legit. A group called Team TNT created 2 megawads that impressed id so much that they bought the rights and slapped them together for retail as Final Doom. Originally considered as the official third game in the series, today these maps and others have been fully incorporated into the canon by modern releases of Doom 2. It makes the game a more comprehensive product, but that's not enough to elevate it above our next and most recent entry. The Dark Ages couldn't be more different from Doom 2. A sequel that refuses to offer more of the same, it takes a sharp turn away from the neon frenzy of Doom Eternal into a grim and gothic new setting with drastically altered gameplay to match. Stand and fight is more than just a marketing slogan, it's the only way you're going to take down some bosses and batter enemies. Melee combat means getting up close and personal with monsters, trading mace blows and shotgun blasts in a boxing match from hell. Projectiles move more slowly, choking the battlefield with patterns that evoke bullet hell shmups and Serious Sam. Glory kills are a shadow of their former, well, glory, taking a back seat to the new rhythms of the Dark Ages' combat. The most impactful new addition to the Doom formula is the parry, which allows the player to deflect green attacks with the integral new shield saw. It's the backbone around which the game is designed, and while it may not click with everybody, once you're locked in, there's nothing quite like charging buckler first across the battlefield to smash some skulls. The Dark Ages brings a few firsts to the franchise, like friendly NPCs fighting alongside the Slayer, and difficulty sliders to make the series more accessible. It's also the first game since Doom 64 to lack any kind of multiplayer. The Slayer trilogy's online components may have been a noble but largely perfunctory effort. id decided to ditch it entirely and focus on making the most compelling campaign they could, exchanging multiplayer and snap map for dragon riding and giant mechs. You have to give modern id credit, they just will not make the same game twice. Doom Eternal is everything a fan of Doom 2016 would expect from a sequel, and while the vibe is different from its predecessor, the whole experience feels more vibrant and alive. The Doom franchise isn't exactly known for its awe-inspiring vistas and diverse biomes, but Eternal impressively mixes snow levels and Baroque ivory fortresses in with the usual tech bases and fleshy hellscapes. We're not used to seeing this kind of environmental variety in Doom, and it's a refreshing change of pace. When it comes to combat, Doom Eternal asks a lot more of you than 2016. Ammo is much more scarce, forcing you to juggle through most of your weapons in nearly every fight. Choosing the right gun for the right enemy and exploiting their weak spots is essential, though some fans argue that the Marauders, dark Doom Guy counterparts with a limited vulnerability window, are a bridge too far for the power fantasy.
Warning, all ARC personnel, the mortally challenged have entered the compound. Evacuation is advised.
Doom Eternal's biggest flaw, perhaps, is that it's doing too much. Doom Slayer has new guns and enemies to deal with, a meat hook to yank yourself across the battlefield, and a shoulder cannon with grenades and bombs and fire belches that are crucial for survival, on top of an avalanche of additional collectibles, resources, and upgrade trees. Even the Slayer himself has gotten a little too big for his armored green britches, having somehow come into possession of a massive outer space fortress between games, a vast hub to explore that has plenty of great Easter eggs and secrets, but also a lot of locked doors and samey-looking hallways to get lost in. Speaking of getting lost, Doom Eternal suffers under a sheer mountain of lore. Endless paragraphs of indecipherable sci-fi fantasy with more proper nouns than a phone book are at your bloody fingertips. To some, it's a welcome addition that makes the series that much richer. For others, it's an albatross around the neck of Doom's action-first ethos. Start shooting as soon as the screen melts. It's an excellent sequel, superior to its predecessor in many ways, but as a total package, it falls just slightly short of what came before. Doom 2016 is the platonic ideal of Doom. It marries the kinetic and aesthetic purity of the original with a winking, self-aware tone that evokes not just the first game's hurt me plenty attitude, but society's perception of the series. This is the Doom we envisioned in our adolescent brains. It's the Doom of the infamous 90s comic, the ultra-violent nightmare that Jack Thompson and Joe Lieberman warned us about, and it is glorious. But Doom 2016 almost didn't happen. Marty Stratton and Hugo Martin salvaged Doom 4 from the shores of development hell by stripping it into a back-to-basics, gleefully indulgent romp that fully rekindles the lost soul of the series. It's no coincidence that the retro boomer shooters comeback began right around Doom 2016. The aggressive, push-forward gameplay has you leaping onto cacodemons in mid-air as Mick Gordon's impossibly detuned guitars belch out riffs of pure hype. It's here we first see the glory kills, expanded on in future sequels, but never quite as elegant as their debut. Keep it simple is the operative phrase of Doom 2016, and sometimes to its detriment. Unlike later games, there's little incentive to cycle through your weapons. It's easy to let the rockets or the SSG carry you to the Spider Mastermind. Still, the bare-bones approach is appreciated, particularly when it comes to the plot. It was John Carmack who famously compared video game stories to those of X-rated movies. Quote, "It's expected to be there, but not important." Doom 2016's less is more approach is extremely refreshing after the dense metal hurlant nightmares of its sequels. The storytelling is never really bad in Eternal or the Dark Ages, but also never quite as funny as the Doomslayer seething with impatient rage as exposition drones on. It took some huge guts to name the 2016 reboot simply Doom, but that very confidence is what propels this game to greatness. There's only one shooter in the world that could possibly top Doom 2016. But first, no evaluation of Doom would be complete without a tip of the hat to the legions of modders and map designers who have truly made the game their own. Carmack designed the Doom engine to be easily altered, with assets conveniently packaged into files called WADs for Where's All the Data. This enabled everything from custom levels to total conversions. You can play Zelda in Doom, visit Jerry Seinfeld's apartment, blast through breakfast cereal in Chex Quest. The possibilities were limitless, especially once the engine went open source. Games like Brutal Doom and Sulaco can look shockingly modern on ancient id tech, while MyHouse.wad uses the engine's infamous quirks to weave a non-Euclidean liminal nightmare. Doom is an awesome open source success story, and the community and careers it's inspired over the decades is a huge part of the series' legacy. The original Doom has more than earned its spot on the Mount Rushmore of first-person shooters. Anyone can pick up the game today, whether through a fan-made source port or an official re-release, and immediately understand the assignment. Run, gun, rip, and tear. Find keys and snag power-ups to keep Doom Guy alive as he stares bullets through your soul from the UI. There's no mouse look in the original Doom. Aiming on the Y-axis literally doesn't matter, and you can hit that imp on a ledge above you as long as it's centered on your gun. Doom Guy cannot jump, and his only interaction with the world besides shooting, punching, and chainsawing is a single use button that you'll spam endlessly as you search each legendary map for secret doors. To say Doom has aged is to say Tetris or Pac-Man has aged. Its simplicity is its greatest strength. There's almost no friction between you and the coveted flow state towards which all action games aspire. Doom's kinetic appeal makes it immortal. Released as shareware, anyone with a working PC was free to play the first episode of Doom, from the iconic first moments of E1M1 to beating the Bruiser Brothers in Phobos Anomaly. You could mail a check to id if you wanted more, but the sheer accessibility and availability of Knee Deep in the Dead's 9 perfect levels all but assured Doom's dominance. Doom became shorthand for gaming itself. The moral panic over video game violence resulted in pundits and politicians alike warning parents of the gory, demonic slaughter simulator warping their children's minds, blaming the shooter for real-world tragedies. It's a sad footnote in an otherwise unparalleled success story and a formative moment in gaming history that helped shape a still developing industry. At the start of every new project, the current developers at id play through the original Doom to refamiliarize themselves with its brilliance and look for interesting new ways to expand the formula. Every single entry on this list is in some way a response to the first game, either trying to recapture its glory or recreate what makes it fun. Some games succeed, others have faltered, but they're all chasing after perfection that was already achieved in 1993. Doom is still the best Doom.
Deep in the prehistory of 1997's original Grand Theft Auto, an earlier gameplay concept that was being noodled on within the halls of DMA design initially would have had us playing as police. Eventually, the call was made to pivot and exclusively focus on the wrong side of the law, because it was decided being a criminal was way more fun than being a boring old cop. GTA as we know it was born, and a bazillion in sales later, it's hard to argue they made the wrong decision. However, nearly 3 decades down the track, the Precinct has arrived to show us that there actually is a way to make upholding the law just as engaging as breaking it, in an old-school GTA-inspired sandbox city. The Precinct may be a modestly sized package overall, and the crime-busting gameplay loops it throws at us do eventually become a little samey and worn over its roughly 12-hour campaign, but its isometric, grimy 80s aesthetic is absolutely excellent, and there's a real novelty in patrolling the rain-slick streets, seeking to chip away at Averno City's never-ending supply of miscreants, mobsters, and malefactors. Setting the Precinct in the 80s is the single best decision developer Fallen Tree Games has made here. There's no cyber crime, social media or mobile phone nonsense cluttering up proceedings. Rather, it's a world detached from all manner of modern crap. It's just you, your partner, and a radio.
Central to all units, bank robbery in progress. Mercer ACB Bank on Mercer Street, shots fired.
The Precinct is nothing if not an earnest and distinctly 20th century cops and robbers playground. And it's all the better for it. It's like an old TV show.
Okay, kid. You wanted the real deal? This is it.
I feel my CD collection would probably make it clear I understand that police accountability is not a new debate by any stretch, but hey, even Henry Rollins found a way to go from spraying cops with Black Flag lyrics to playing cops in The Chase and Bad Boys 2.
For me, it's the respect and power that the position commands.
The Precinct just wants to let us screech in, sirens blazing, and save the day. This is not a game that attempts to grapple with controversy or the seedier side of 80s policing. It's an idealized portrayal of cops and how they're supposed to properly protect and serve, rather than a commentary on how they actually do it.
Nothing flagged in the system. They're clear.
At its core, it's an action-packed ode to iconic 1980s police procedurals and movies. Every day would be the busiest and most dangerous day of any actual cop's career. Baddies are cuffed and booked without delay.
Good catch.
And the city will never run out of squad cars, no matter how many you destroy.
Shots fired!
No one would realistically continue to live in the precincts of Averno City by choice. It's chaos. It'd be like living in the last 15 minutes of the Blues Brothers every hour of every day, as countless squad cars crash through crumbling concrete in their relentless pursuits of the city's brazen crooks. The cop fiction cliches are certainly all here. You can check off the young, idealistic rookie partnered with a jaded veteran counting the weeks until his retirement.
Welcome to the ACPD, kid.
A mustachioed chief.
You're gonna have to learn the streets and the precinct the same way these mooks did. Are we clear?
And an officer named Kowalski.
All right, squad, let's get out there and make Averno City proud.
I do wish the script had a bit more of a natural spoken word flow to it though. As it stands, it tends to sound a little overwritten and hammy, and some of the voice acting comes over a bit corny as a result.
Fascists! You think we don't see what you're doing? This is an obvious ploy to suppress our message!
If the precinct really was a TV show, it unfortunately wouldn't be in line for any of Hill Street Blues' 26 Emmys.
You got the right to remain silent. Unless you want the rest of your face kicked in, I'd strongly advise you to exercise that right.
Fortunately, the hokey dialogue does little to detract from what it gets right, and I was very quickly hooked into its cadence of daily shifts on the beat. These can be pounding the pavement on foot, with your eyes peeled for vandals and violence.
Arrest her!
They can be cruising the streets, prowling for carjackers, or watching for the telltale weaving of a drunk driver.
Tess says they're intoxicated.
There can even be aerial missions where you're hovering above the city in a chopper, catching crooks in your spotlight and calling in backup to effect arrests.
Dispatch, I need backup here.
There's a great amount of variety in the types of crimes being committed, which is unfortunate for Averno City's victimized citizens, but good for us as the emergent missions essentially never stop.
Ah, contraband.
I did eventually reach a point where the busts began to feel a little repetitive, but this wasn't until I was quite close to the end of the roughly 12 hours I spent completing the core story. The procedural street crimes continue after the credits roll, but I suspect I'll leave the precinct sweating in the interrogation room for now, and come back to it later if it has anything further to offer me down the track, like fresh cases or different street crimes in a potential future update.
Target is down.
The action occurs both on foot and in vehicles, so whenever you're not airborne over the city, a typical shift will involve hoofing it after some suspects before tackling and subduing them.
Cuff her up, Boots.
And high-speed paint trading car chases to catch others. Those car chases are terrific thanks to the precinct's strong handling model. Vehicles may appear cute and toy-like on screen thanks to the elevated isometric camera angle, but they're not sticky or twitchy. They have a really well-honed sense of weight as you hurl their all-American bulk into handbrake turns to negotiate corners. When a gaggle of squad cars with sirens blazing close in on a fleeing perp all at once, there are times when the precinct reminds me more of the original Driver than the old 2D GTA games. The original Driver is viewed from a low-flying drone, that is. The range of era-correct lookalike vehicles is spot on too, from off-brand Mustangs and Cooters to A-Team adjacent Vanduras and the classic boxy third-gen Caprice cop cars I've seen Hollywood crash 1,000 of over the years. The precinct places a clear focus on following correct procedure, and you'll earn fewer experience points if you make errors or stray from the rules.
Hold your fire!
This will mean leveling up delays and slower access to the upgrade trees if you go rogue and accost people before checking their ID,
Swap to a non-lethal weapon.
attack civilians, use inappropriate force on perps, or issue bogus parking tickets.
Doesn't look right to me.
You won't lose XP from your banked total, but being a bad cop will wipe out your daily gains. Most of the upgrades are fairly typical: resilience to attacks, greater ammo capacity, and the like. But naturally it pays to have as many as you can when you find yourself in a shootout.
He's shooting!
The abilities to call in heavy-duty riot vans and roadblocks are definitely useful in helping end pursuits too.
Suspect is in custody.
It's an interesting approach, and it's one you can go quite deep with if you really want to take control of which individual charges you're booking your suspects with and escort them personally to the station, which will earn you more XP. This part of the process can be automated, however, and that's what I opted to do on almost all occasions in order to keep things moving along. I'd rather be out on the streets than riding a desk doing paperwork. However, most arrests generally do unfold the same way. You ID your suspect, search them for weapons and contraband, and then arrest them, fine them, or let them go. It's a system that wears a bit thin by the story's conclusion because there aren't enough variables or surprises to separate one from the next.
You have the right to remain silent.
It's also always a little unsatisfying when it seems to misread the situation, such as when some scumbag is trying to run me over with their car and it scolds me for using my gun to defend myself.
Dispatch to 84, message received.
I'm a loose cannon, goddammit! At least let me charge them with trying to kill me. I'm not certain whether this sort of thing is a bug or just something that hasn't been accounted for, but the precinct is a little janky overall. I didn't face any game-breaking issues, but I did encounter the odd gravity-defying fling and some unexplained invisible walls that broke the illusion. The precinct's focus on proper arrest protocols and penalising excessive force requires a certain level of patience that not everyone will possess, and it's a system that eventually wears out its welcome. But I genuinely enjoyed prowling the city for procedural crimes while the story lasted, and the soggy neon-splashed 80s setting works wonders. Fallen Tree Games had a previous crack at emulating the top-down shenanigans of classic Grand Theft Auto back in 2019's American Fugitive, but putting the action on the right side of the law in the precinct has proven to be far more arresting.
It's one thing to wear your influences on your sleeve, and it's another to wield those influences to create something that can confidently stand on its own merits. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is explicitly built on many of the ideas of the great modern and classic Japanese RPGs, and French developer Sandfall isn't shy about it, nor should it be.
Felt familiar somehow.
From the bold stylings of its magnificent turn-based combat to the melodramatic but genuine storytelling tropes it largely embraces, so much of Clair Obscur feels familiar yet refreshing. Its superb execution on those ideas puts its own stamp on them for one of them somber but hopeful journeys I won't soon forget.
Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication.
In Clair Obscur, the people of Lumiere live in a fractured reality. Every year, a godlike figure they call the Paintress marks a number on a tower far off in the distance, counting down the age at which people will perish into nothingness. You lead the survivors of the latest in a series of annual expeditions that set sail in hopes of destroying the Paintress, none of which have ever come back despite decades of attempts.
Know that Lumiere stands with you.
It's a harrowing premise that hangs a heavy layer of melancholy over the entire story. Knowing that your people are fighting against their own extinction by signing up for a death march, facing unknown dangers, and picking up the pieces left behind by expeditions long gone, it's easy to become invested in their fate and the mysteries that dictate their world.
We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
I finished the main story and a decent amount of side content in about 35 hours, and that length speaks to how Clair Obscur doesn't waste a moment. There isn't really any filler along the critical path, and it doesn't get bogged down in drawn-out exposition.
You're alive! I thought I was the only one left.
While some of my favorite moments in RPGs come from the downtime that offers a chance to breathe and take in the world, there's an embedded urgency here that cuts to the chase in a way that mostly works in its favor. I love a good 80-hour RPG, don't get me wrong, but this is a nice change of pace.
Let's go. Someone lives here.
Because of that relatively shorter length, the sharpness of Clair Obscur's combat system never dulls. The Persona vibes from its slick battle menu and stylish flourishes are unmistakable, but more prominent is its active element. Real-time button inputs boost potency in special attacks and let you dodge and parry enemy attacks, which works wonders for making fights engaging. Against tougher enemies, you don't really stand a chance unless you're paying close attention to visual and audio cues for dodges and parries and establishing a rhythm. The initial trial and error of learning attack patterns will be frustrating at times, but when I'm locked in like it's Sekiro, there's an intensity here I don't think I've ever felt in a turn-based RPG. And there's nothing quite like the rewarding slow-motion camera cut and emphatic counterattack of a precisely timed parry. Every party member has their own specific mechanics that typically revolve around building up their unique resource in battle and managing action points, or AP, to execute the more heavy-hitting attacks. Their skill trees are concise, so Clair Obscur is still approachable in that you're only given a handful of tools and then are asked to have a strong grasp of how they work, with the emphasis on meeting certain conditions and inflicting specific knock-on effects to make the most of when you're lining up attacks. It reminds me of mechanics that you'd see in a CRPG, but fine-tuned for a classic-style Japanese RPG. The way their skill sets can synergize and play off of each other also shows an understanding of what makes a turn-based system sing. You may establish a routine opener, but as a fight goes on, it becomes more about adapting to all the variables thrown at you and earning the satisfaction of pulling off your most powerful attacks. Then there's another layer called Pictos. These attachments offer game-changing stat boosts and perks that drastically affect how you can gain AP, the bonuses you get from dodges and parries, or the way status effects work, and more. Using Pictos for long enough eventually allows you to stack their perks in what are called Lumina, and really build a character in ways their skill tree cannot. Navigating these menus is kind of a pain since things get messy once you're sifting through 50 plus options packed in a tight screen, but when it all clicked, taking the time to configure my party was well worth the hassle. Setting the right loadout elevated my party in ways that were crucial for the most challenging fights. My biggest worry early on was actually that Clair Obscur was going to be too easy as I steamrolled almost every enemy for roughly the first third of the main path. It definitely ramps up as it goes on, however, weaving in more creative enemy attack patterns and doing more with status effects or enemy shields, for example, pushing me to try out new approaches with my party. That provides depth while staying concise, and if you're clever enough, you're even allowed to break the game, so to speak, as its systems let you scale up in a way that's rewarding rather than exploitative. All that is to say, I played these kinds of RPGs my entire life, and I'm confident in saying that it's one of my favorite turn-based combat systems ever. It has room to grow, but it's a brilliant start. There's something very old school about Clair Obscur, and its overworld is one of the clearest ways in which it harkens back to classic RPGs. The map is filled with optional locations and secrets, many of which aren't accessible until you unlock new travel methods, similar to getting chocobos and airships in the Final Fantasy games of yore. It's actually really charming, embracing its video gamey aspects while knowing it doesn't have to always take itself so seriously. Distant landmarks create a sense of wonder, and eventually you can go visit them to fight super bosses or play silly minigames for unique items or uncover a bit more about the story you wouldn't have seen otherwise. And that side content accounts for roughly another 20 hours of gameplay on top of the main story. There's no real quest log, so there isn't an elegant way to track what you stumble upon, but rather than feeling obtuse, it gives the impression that these secrets are yours to discover in true throwback fashion. The main locations you visit function like dungeons where you fight your way along a fairly direct track with extra items tucked in nooks and crannies off the beaten path. You approach and hit enemies to initiate combat, and they respawn if you decide to replenish your health and items at flags planted by previous expeditions that function like checkpoints. Exploration is limited in this regard, but it helps each of these main story sequences stay focused. For as linear as the main path can be, a minimap still would have been handy just to keep track of the alternate paths I've already gone down, because sometimes it's easy to get lost. It is a consolation that every place you visit is visually striking, whether it's the ethereal whimsy and natural beauty, or the brutality of the trenches and battlefields where bodies of past expeditioners are piled high. Regardless, I was often in awe of Clair Obscur's world. What really etches an RPG into the pantheon of greats, however, is always going to be its story. My heart was all in on Clair Obscur's themes of facing mortality, making sacrifices for future generations, and the different ways we handle grief.
I'm sorry about Arya.
This is another harrowing exploration of topics like this, for the way it contextualizes time and age, but also for its portrayal of grief becoming destructive to those around you should it consume you. Its brevity does work against it at times, as the story shifts in sudden directions later on, but even then, it's consistently carried by an A-list cast. The acting and voice performances are incredible, with dialogue that plays out like natural real-life conversations.
I talked to the stars a lot after he was gone. I remember.
Small gestures, subtle expressions, and the cadence of line deliveries ground its characters for a story that feels as real as it is fantastical.
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
Despite its deeply sad premise, it also manages to inject some levity that is largely charming rather than forced.
Get out of my way!
Jeez.
Silly wooden guys called gestrels occupy most of the continent, working as both comic relief and a lens to understand unknown parts of the world. Your party will goof with each other and share parts of their personal lives at camp, and while not all of it is riveting stuff necessarily, those brief moments are vital for rounding out the human element that this story channels.
Ooh, nice one.
I know.
Admittedly, there are moments in which Clair Obscur embellishes in its sorrow a bit too much. It perhaps gets a little overdramatic at times, but it's able to find its footing by evoking a very specific tone that leans heavier into what you'd expect more from a theater production than a Hollywood blockbuster. And from that perspective, playing out like a classical tragedy is an integral part of its identity.
We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward.
It feels like an expression of French art history at times, wearing its culture on its sleeve as an enticing artistic foundation. It's not just in the distinct Belle Epoque aesthetic or the French phrases characters use, but it's in the motifs that invoke theater, painting, dance, and music, which are woven into the very fabric of its fictional world, with music being the most powerful one.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
Like every great RPG, an evocative soundtrack can uplift it to become a truly memorable experience, and Sandfall understood the assignment. There's almost too much good music that certain songs didn't get enough time to stick in my head, but at every turn are amazing songs that hype you up for battle, get you in a groove with catchy melodies, or set the tone for a wistful atmosphere. Clair Obscur's soundtrack is stunning and will be one of the reasons I won't forget this game. In so many ways, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 reminded me of numerous classic and modern RPGs I love, but developer Sandfall truly understood why those games are special and made those pieces its own. Its creative turn-based combat system is fantastic, keeping me engaged while impressive visual flourishes bring it all together. The story can be a touch messy and melodramatic at times, but there's still an earnestness to how it frames mortality and grief, and the different and destructive ways we may handle it, all delivered through fantastic performances from an A-list cast that gives its story the heart it needs to really hit. The contrast between its artistic sensibilities and old-school RPG design philosophy shows a clarity of vision, as if it was scoped just right to focus on the things that matter most, making it a true modern throwback. And so, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 stands strong alongside its inspirations, and I hope that it too can be an inspiration for those who come after.
You ever wonder who the first person to put peanut butter and chocolate together was? Part of me feels like whoever it was must be loaded. I mean, you've combined two already great flavors into something that Reese's would more or less build a whole brand on. And then part of me thinks it plays out like the hypothetical guy who invented the Chicken McNugget in The Wire. A pat on the back from a big shot, and then it's back into the basement to figure out a way to make the fries taste better. I don't know the answer. I hope it's the former.
Whoever invented these, he off the hook.
But every now and then, you come across an idea, a combination of things that's so good that you wonder how nobody's ever done it before. And every time my squad and I sprinted back to our time-traveling dropship, stopping only to deal with the Time Reapers that stood in our way, I wondered how the hell nobody had ever said, hey, what if we combined Overcooked with Gears of War, pre-Pizza Bandit?
Nice. All tasks complete. Come back to our shuttle.
Pizza Bandit's setup is pretty simple. You're Malik, a former bounty hunter with dreams of being a chef, who was pulled back into the bounty game when he's scammed out of his pizza shop and his former crew needs his help to get out of a jam. Pizza Bandit's writing is pretty silly, but that's part of the charm. I can't get mad when Albert, the android that upgrades your weapons, tells me he doesn't know how to apologize for what happened to my pizza shop because he's just an android, or when my pilot waxes nostalgic about how he misses the fog.
I miss this fog. Reminds me of the old days.
Or when someone utters the odd, nonsensical line, it's too silly and the whole setup is just there to, well, set up Pizza Bandit's wackiness. See, you're not just any bounty hunting crew, you're a time-traveling bounty hunting crew, and that means you'll be going all over space and time to get the job done. Don't ask me how any of this works, all I know is that pizza heals and bullets kill, and that the Time Reapers, nasty little buggers that seem to be invading every timeline, don't want this pizza shop owner to make any dough, and that's not gonna fly. What makes Pizza Bandit unique is that you're not just shooting stuff, you're also, well, kinda playing Overcooked. After squatting up, my first mission saw my crew, you can play with up to 3 friends, heading to the restaurant from nowhere, a hidden outpost run by another bandit crew. Our job? Fulfill the pizza orders for other bounty hunting teams, and send them off in time-traveling rocket pods.
Guys, now it's closing time.
That meant putting together the right type of pizza, getting it into the oven, making sure that we were getting their drink orders right, and adding some extra bullets for when things got spicy, cramming it all into a pod, and doing it on time while fighting off the Time Reapers, who really don't like supporting small businesses.
The pizza is ready to be cooked.
And that's where the other part of the Overcooked Gears of War marriage comes into play. See, the Time Reapers mean business, and you're not going to talk them out of some time reaping. That's their whole bag. The only solution, fellow bandit, is incredible violence. I've played several builds of Pizza Bandit at this point, and let me tell you, your arsenal is up to the task. You start with your choice of assault rifle, minigun, and sniper rifle, but the real fun begins when you start unlocking your secondary weapons by completing jobs. They start simple, landmines, grenades, that sort of thing. But once you unlock the disco ball that attracts enemies and gets them dancing before it explodes, whew, buddy. And the sentry turret? Perfection. You could slice and dice them Time Reapers with a katana, but have you ever considered using a pizza slicer as big as a man? It'll change your life. And the Time Reapers will force you to use everything in your arsenal. You've got your standard guys who will just run at you, but there's also Time Reapers that'll crawl around on all fours, Terminator-looking ones that'll leap at you, giant ones with hammers, guys who throw fireballs. These can really ruin your day. The works, you gotta prioritize. Pizza Bandit is at its best when you're with a good team, calling out orders. A good match should be shouts of, "We need a pepperoni pie," and "I'm on the coke," and "I'm down," interspersed with lots and lots of gunfire. Simple choices like when to call down your own once-a-mission rocket pod full of pizza and supplies, and more complex ones like where to put it. You can block off a stairway, for instance, spice things up too. And here's the thing, so far I've just talked about Restaurant from Nowhere, which is only the first level. Pizza Bandit isn't a one-trick pony. One of my favorite levels has you taking over a sushi joint and making sure you have the right stuff on the delivery turntable for your customers. Sometimes that means running downstairs and grabbing a big old tuna, taking that bad boy upstairs and chopping him up before the Time Reapers whack you when you drop him. Other times that means frying an egg or making a cucumber roll. You gotta stay ahead of the curve because new customers are prioritized over old ones, and the Time Reapers aren't gonna sit there and wait for you to plate your masterpiece. Sometimes you're not even cooking food at all. Another favorite level, Wizard's Tomb, has you exploring a magically booby-trapped tomb in search of a sarcophagus. You'll have to navigate the tomb's traps, solve basic puzzles to reveal the way forward, and take out the arcane heart powering the whole enterprise before getting to the sarcophagus itself, which you'll naturally transport with jetpacks before heading back to the ship. It isn't enough to just get any job done, you have to get home too. Just another day in the life of a Pizza Bandit. There are more, of course. In one, you'll defend a cabin with Dr. Emmert Brown. Great Scott, Jawsoft, I see what you're doing here and I like it. While he invents the time travel device that makes your whole business possible. Winning it all means keeping him warm, satiating his hunger with rabbit or venison, and stopping all those nasty Time Reapers and Wendigos who are trying to stop time travel from happening. You'd think that the Time Reapers would understand time paradoxes, but I guess not. Can't reap time if there's no time to reap, y'all. Or maybe you'll break into an enormous safe with a laser drill, like you're role-playing the opening of Michael Mann's Thief, with a drill that's constantly exploding. that seems safe, right? But hey, apparently there's a magical cookbook in that vault whose recipes can alter reality, and we're being paid to get it, exploding drill or not. A pizza bandit always gets the job done. And there's always time to do your best Breaking Bad impersonation and help a couple of guys cook some magic powder and hide it inside of some chicken. Pizza Bandit is always ludicrous, and its inspirations are obvious, but it's never less than fun. Between missions, it's back to Pizza Bandit, your restaurant, where you can acquire and upgrade your weapons, decorate Pizza Bandit itself, use the ingredients you find during missions to bake and share a pie for some stat boosts on your next run, or get some spiffy new duds for your bounty hunter. The milk carton backpack is a classic choice, if I do say so myself, but I'm still saving up for one of the cat ones, the things we do for fashion, am I right? Then it's back to it. Bandit's work is never done. Sometimes you don't know you want something until you get it. I didn't know I wanted Pizza Bandit until the first time I played it at PAX 2 years ago. It was one of those games that generated a lot of word of mouth, but it's one of those concepts that doesn't seem like it'll work until you get a controller in your hands and everything makes sense. I don't know why we've never gotten something like Pizza Bandit before, but once I played it, I knew I wanted more. Pizza heals, bullets kill, and Pizza Bandit rocks. If Jawsoft can stick the landing, we're in for a tasty slice of New York pie. For more on the biggest upcoming games, don't miss out on our recent previews of Lives of P Overture and NO 117 Pax Romana. And for everything else in the world of video games, call in your order to IGN.
Nearly 6 years after the release of director Hideo Kojima's Death Stranding, we've finally played the sequel, Death Stranding 2, on the beach. While what we've played was not the final version of the game, the playable portions demonstrated a density and completeness you would expect from a final product. Fundamental elements such as movement, dialogue, and presentation are highly integrated, and the intention to expand upon the experience that the first game delivered, no pun intended, was evident throughout. 2019's Death Stranding transcended the framework of ordinary video games by metaphorically depicting cosmology and even anthropology through the act of delivery. It was a game that challenged the idea of human connection through refreshing gameplay mechanics that fundamentally re-examined the very act of movement. To me, Death Stranding was an undeniable masterpiece that delivered a viscous flow of concepts. Now that I've played its sequel for more than 30 hours, I'm starting to realize that it may have been only the beginning. Death Stranding 2 on the beach can be seen as an attempt to take the premises of the first game to the next level, while taking the player on a journey across the border of the United States of America. Its symbolic depiction of connection feels more dynamic, yet less certain than its predecessor. What questions will this new journey of legendary delivery man Sam Porter Bridges bring, and how will they be answered? In the first game, Sam reconstructed connections between people while uncovering the truth behind Death Stranding, a mysterious phenomenon that caused disconnection between cities. Through Sam's journey of delivering supplies, players experienced movement in a way video games had not offered before, while the story gradually unfolded its views on life, death, and cosmological visions. The setting of Death Stranding 2 moves from the rebuilt UCA to the Mexican border region. The photorealistic graphics that meticulously depict Mexico's desolate land are nothing short of impressive. From the texture of the dried surface to faintly rippling sand dust and rocky mountains in the distance, the game's visuals drew me in right away. Photorealistic modeling and subtle facial expressions of characters have also largely improved from the first game, and the art style creates an aesthetic that transcends mere realism, forming a powerful foundation supporting the game's surrealistic worldview and story. The part that plays in Mexico functions more or less like a tutorial, not just in terms of gameplay but also story and settings. While the first game overwhelmed players with numerous terms and settings in its early hours, Death Stranding 2 is conscious of being accessible even without prior knowledge. The game also offers a recap mode in novel style, as well as a glossary function called Corpus, showing careful consideration for players who have not played the first game, or those who did but found it too complicated. I feel that the game design of Hideo Kojima's work often comes in 3 layers. For example, Metal Gear series gameplay consists of infiltration, danger, and stealth, while its movement can be divided into walking, crouching, and crawling. The same philosophy can also be seen in Death Stranding, where your Odredeck scanning device visualizes terrain danger levels in 3 different colors. Death Stranding 2 follows the same rules. Just like in the original Death Stranding, once again the player has to manage cargo weight and balance while traversing unstable natural terrain. Footing must be secured on slopes while the center of gravity must be controlled to avoid being swept away in rapid water streams. The risk of cargo damage is present throughout the process, which makes traversing the world itself a nerve-wracking task. Constructions such as ropes and ladders can be used to traverse the world more conveniently. These infrastructures go beyond individual player experiences, as structures installed by other players are shared in the world by the social strands system. As you make use of ladders and bridges left by someone else, the solitary exercise of delivery gradually transforms into a more connected and social experience. In addition to highways, Death Stranding 2 allows the player to construct monorails too, which makes traversing its world a lot smoother. Highways and monorails require a lot of materials, forcing the player to utilize the game's mines to gather them. As a result, establishing trade routes has become more central to gameplay than it was in the first game. While traversing the world itself has become more convenient, environments have become more challenging in return. The width of rivers can double due to rainfall, and natural hazards such as earthquakes and sandstorms can occur. As a new feature, the time of day also changes in real time, which causes additional challenges for Sam. These natural elements interfere with player actions in various ways, such as footing collapsing due to flooding and earthquakes, or visibility worsening in sandstorms and nightfall. The sequel also boasts more room for customization. The Porter grade indicates Sam's current proficiency in a more direct way, while skill points can be used to enhance stats and obtain new abilities. You can specialize in either delivery, movement, or combat skills. This shows that once again, Kojima is utilizing 3 layers of gameplay in which the player can tackle the game's missions and obstacles. While delivery, movement, and combat skills can all be customized, combat plays a greater role in Death Stranding 2. In the first game, combat was limited and functioned merely as a way to secure supplies or to make your way through bases. Death Stranding Director's Cut already added infiltration missions into mule bases, but Death Stranding 2 builds more varied stages and systemized combat in the open world, seemingly as an extension of that. New human enemy forces such as bandits and armed survivalists appear, and their bases are designed as stages with simple 3-dimensional structures. BTs, or creatures that appear due to the Death Stranding phenomenon, also have new types. Larger BTs with stronger attacks make the combat more challenging than it was in the first game. Combat has become more tactical as well. By throwing a speaking doll, called Dollman, you can observe the insides of bases from above to grasp enemy placement and movement lines. While close combat remains important, remote stealth attacks with the Blood Boomerang, precision shooting with sniper rifles, and utilizing assault rifles and grenade launchers give the player a multitude of new options. It's even possible to put down Sam's backpack, allowing for more agile and nimble movement by completely separating him from his cargo. Weight management directly connects to mobility, which greatly enhances tactical flexibility. Whether to engage in direct combat, choose stealth, or avoid combat altogether, freedom of approach has increased when compared to the first game. You can even refund your used skill points, welcoming trial and error to find the playstyle that suits you best. As partially revealed in trailers, after a series of dramatic events, Sam will cooperate with Drawbridge, a civilian company established by Fragile. As the setting moves from Mexico to Australia, a new journey begins. A mobile base called DHV Magellan, named after the explorer Ferdinand Magellan who travelled around the world, functions as a hub for the player. As the name DHV Magellan suggests, the story steps into themes reminiscent of colonial domination. Furthermore, the rise of a private political organisation called APAC shows similarities with the PMC depicted in Metal Gear Solid 4. Since I haven't witnessed the story to its conclusion, it is too early to speculate on how these motifs will come to fruition in the full game. In Death Stranding, people were isolated and only porters traversed the dangerous outside world, which many noted seemed to foresee the COVID-19 pandemic. In Death Stranding 2, the APAC seems to resonate with recent movements of America's Doge. With such eerie points of convergence with reality, I can't help but feel that there is a significance worth noting in contemporary times regarding how connections will be redefined in Death Stranding 2. Of particular note is the presence of actor Luca Marinelli, who plays a mysterious man. Both Marinelli's acting ability and the presentation of scenes he appears in leave a strong impression. The mystery of who this man is and why he stands in Sam's way will have players speculating for sure. Marinelli and his character are just as captivating as Mads Mikkelsen's Cliff was in the first game. One concern I had during my 30 hours with the game was that I realized that the trailers contain content that delves quite deeply into the main story, to the extent that a lot of what happened throughout the game I was already somewhat aware of. Could it be that too much has been given away in the trailers? Or is there a big surprise awaiting players when Death Stranding 2's full picture is revealed? We can only eagerly await the game's June 26th release. For more on Death Stranding 2 and everything else to do with games, keep it right here on IGN.
Publisher Take-Two announced this morning that Grand Theft Auto 5 has made off with more than $1 billion during its first 3 days on sale.
GTA 5 has since been re-released for each successive PlayStation and Xbox system, as well as PC, each time subtly enhanced and each time selling millions of more copies.
It is one of the very best video games ever made.
What makes a game a classic? Is it its lasting impact, impressive sales figures, evolving gameplay? The Grand Theft Auto series is no stranger to these concepts. While many of its entries have become classics in their own right, very few games have had a lasting impact like GTA 5. So it's no surprise that the 10-year-old, 3-console generation spanning crime simulator that so uniquely satirizes the American dream has managed to resonate deeply in the hearts and minds of millions and in turn earned billions of dollars for Rockstar.
Earlier this week, Rockstar announced that GTA 5 made $800 million on day one. Analysts previously estimated that the game would earn $1 billion in its first month, but it appears they heavily underestimated just how excited people are to wreak havoc in Los Santos.
But is financial success the only indication of a classic game? Or is it something else? And with the impending release of GTA 6, is it even possible for Rockstar to repeat history and have lightning strike twice? On this episode of IGN Rewind, we're taking a look back at one of the most influential, critically acclaimed, and popular video games of the 2010s. Nah, you know what? Scratch that. Ever. And why its genre-defining success may very well be the reason why it's taken Rockstar over 12 years to release Grand Theft Auto 6. This is the legacy of Grand Theft Auto 5. Well before GTA 5's first trailer dropped in the fall of 2011, the Grand Theft Auto series had already cemented itself as one of the most popular and revered game series ever.
But of all the worrisome materials swirling about out there, Grand Theft Auto 3, one of the most popular, technically sophisticated, and graphic video games ever designed, may have given our generation of adults something new to worry about.
While the first few entries of the series may not have been as beloved as later titles, due to its top-down 2D perspective and shallow plotline, it still showed off a hyper-violent, satirical take on modern life and the American dream. It wasn't until GTA was able to take full advantage of the PlayStation 2 and bring that vision to a vibrant, and at the time, a lifelike city that reflected real-world locations. Along with that realism and graphics upgrade came an even bigger leap forward in Rockstar's storytelling capabilities and presentation. Gone were the simple smash and grab missions and one-dimensional characters of the earlier games in favor for more realistic depictions of criminals from all walks of life. The PS2 era protagonists were full of personality and motivation, and had backstories that made their attempts at the American dream even more engaging and believable as the series matured. With each entry, this new style of writing, where multi-dimensional characters interacted with an abrasive and satirical world, helped both GTA and AAA games at large.
They got me right fucking here. The end of the road. With a big house and a useless kid, and I'm stuck talking to you because no one else gives a shit. Oh, I'm living a dream, baby.
It wasn't long after GTA 3's wildly successful release that we started to see dozens of copycat games. Driver and Saints Row vied to become the next GTA killer, and you know, we all know how that ended up. Grand Theft Auto had managed to achieve something that very few video games had before it. It had not only cemented itself as one of the main pillar franchises of modern mainstream games, but also broke through to a mainstream audience via lyrics and rap songs, skits on popular TV shows, and even memes.
Oh shit, here we go again.
But like all things that evolve, there were some growing pains. From the start of the series, GTA's depiction of hyperviolence and mature themes had made it the target of criticism from groups all over.
If you're a parent, there are some other things that you should know that should send shivers down your spine if you hear these 3 words, Grand Theft Auto.
But the graphic violence has attracted angry critics, Denounced by Congress here in the U.S., the game has been outlawed in Australia, and several other countries are also considering bans.
While most of these groups did nothing more than rattle their sabers in Rockstar's direction, one litigious attorney and anti-video game crusader had other plans.
And therefore, we're simply saying to the industry, if you're going to label these things and admit that they're harmful to minors, stop selling them.
Jack Thompson had been directly and indirectly involved in several prolific court cases against many AAA games throughout the 90s and into the 2000s. After the release of Grand Theft Auto 3, Thompson participated in numerous cases against Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar, such as Strickland v. Sony, a $246 million lawsuit in which the families of the victims of a triple homicide claimed that the shooter was inspired by Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City.
Devin Moore shot 3 people in the head because of a video game?
What we're saying is that Devin Moore was, in effect, trained to do what he did.
Thompson's numerous cases against GTA didn't go anywhere, but he was able to shine a light on how easy it was for kids to get access to a game where committing a mass shooting was gamified, which in turn amplified any negative sentiment against the series by its detractors. None of that seemed to slow down Grand Theft Auto's success during the PlayStation 2 era. As of the time of this video, all 3 mainline games have sold tens of millions of copies. In the years following GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, San Andreas, and a plethora of side stories, ports, and expansions were released, all to a larger audience than their predecessors. By the time GTA entered its HD age, with Grand Theft Auto 4 in 2008, it was unstoppable, thanks to its more mature themes, a bigger and more lifelike Liberty City, and at the time, next-gen presentation.
It's been nearly a decade since IGN gave any game a 10, but there's a reason why that's changed now. GTA 4 is simply one of the best games I've ever seen. The single player has an incredible amount of depth. The city is absolutely stunning to just walk around in, and the multiplayer is one of the best that I've ever seen as well. As an entire package for only $60, whether you buy it on 360 or PS3, you're getting a game that probably is worth spending $300 on. Certainly worth picking up, definitely the best of the series, and easily a contender for Game of the Year.
Not long after the success of Grand Theft Auto 4, millions of people eagerly awaited the next chapter in the series, and after 3 years of rumors and speculation, the first trailer for Grand Theft Auto 5 dropped in 2011. As expected, it was wildly successful.
No longer do we have any rumors. We've been talking forever. Oh, GTA 5, it's got to be in production. But it's been officially confirmed. Grand Theft Auto 5 is coming. This is all we know about it. Rockstar officially released this logo.
Big news today. The first official details about Grand Theft Auto 5 have been announced.
It's a big, huge day today. The Grand Theft Auto 5 trailer came out. We watched it live.
I know, it was fun.
For now, an hour since then, we've been breaking down every minutiae detail of this thing.
Minutiae detail.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, I really hope, it's one of those things, everything they said sounds awesome. I really hope it all pays off.
Following the trailer, the drip feed of content from Rockstar was enough to keep millions of fans intrigued and hyped for what was coming next. The game took a different approach from its gritty gangster roots and followed 3 diverse characters with wildly different personalities and playstyles in a recreation of Los Angeles that is so detailed and accurate that players could feasibly navigate their way through some parts of LA without having been there before. Seriously though, Los Santos Vespucci Beach is a dead ringer for Venice Beach, and another perfect example of how the series uses a real-life location as the basis for its exaggerated and over-the-top satire.
Lost your job and the world's moved on, huh? That's too bad.
I didn't lose my job.
Of course. Got too old, got outsourced. Same thing happened to my dad. Now you gotta fit in with a different generation.
The game's plot was well received, thanks to its eccentric cast of characters and a Heat-inspired story about a high-profile robbery, shady government agencies, and like the previous titles before it, fulfilling the American dream.
Look, man, it's been a real honor, homie. But I gotta move forward in my life. It seems like all I do is let people tell me what to do and I do it and nothing changes.
I tell you what, my boy, you tell me exactly what you want, and I will very carefully explain to you why it cannot be.
What?
IGN's review gave the game a perfect 10 out of 10 due to its story, large and dense world, and how Grand Theft Auto 5 takes everything great in past titles and makes it even better.
Grand Theft Auto 5 is not only a preposterously enjoyable video game, but also an intelligent, wickedly comic and bitingly relevant commentary on contemporary America. It represents a refinement of everything that GTA 4 brought to the table 5 years ago. It's technically more accomplished in every conceivable way, but it's also tremendously ambitious in its own right. No other world in video games comes close to this in size or scope, and there is sharp intelligence behind its sense of humor and gift for mayhem. It tells a compelling, unpredictable, and provocative story without ever letting it get in the way of your own self-directed adventures through San Andreas. It is one of the very best video games ever made.
The game's quality paid off. Within the game's first 24 hours on sale, it managed to earn a little over $800 million, crossing the $1 billion mark 3 days later.
Publisher Take-Two announced this morning that Grand Theft Auto 5 has made off with more than $1 billion during its first 3 days on sale. A statement reads, "We believe this marks the fastest that any entertainment property, including video games and feature films, has reached this significant milestone."
Grand Theft Auto 5 was a certified hit. And as the series had done multiple times before, it became not only one of the biggest video game releases of all time, but also went on to become one of the most successful pieces of commercial art ever.
I'm Stephen Ogg, and this is IGN News. After a wildly successful launch, it has been revealed that Grand Theft Auto 5 officially holds 7 Guinness World Records. Since its release on September 17th, GTA 5 has enjoyed huge sales figures and managed to generate more revenue than movies such as The Avengers and Avatar. According to Guinness World Records, GTA 5 is the best-selling action-adventure video game in 24 hours and the best-selling video game period in 24 hours with 11.2 million copies sold on day one. Wow. It's the fastest video game to earn $1 billion and the fastest entertainment property to earn $1 billion. It's also the highest grossing video game in 24 hours and holds the record for highest revenue generated by an entertainment product in 24 hours with $816 million. GTA 5 holds the world record for the most viewed trailer for an action-adventure video game.
But single player is only half the story when it comes to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5. When it comes to GTA 5's long-lasting success, most of that can be attributed to the smash hit that is GTA Online. While writing this video, GTA Online still sees an active 6-figure player base on Steam alone. GTA Online has kept itself more relevant for over a decade, thanks to its open-ended nature and constant stream of meaningful updates.
With the release of Grand Theft Auto 5 on PS4 and Xbox One imminent, Rockstar has revealed a range of stats from GTA Online's first year via the Rockstar Newswire. The publisher's GTA Online census reveals that just shy of 34 million players in 224 different countries have logged into GTA Online.
But impressive player counts and a healthy amount of official post-launch content aren't the whole story. GTA 5's online mode has permeated the zeitgeist thanks to its open sandbox gameplay and passionate community. While all popular games have a community around them that keeps the game interesting long after release, GTA 5's online experience is unique because you can play the game daily and not really engage with much of the official content. That's not to say this game is bare though. Throughout Grand Theft Auto Online's life, there have been numerous expansions and events that have kept players coming back for more, but the real carrot on a stick has to come from the community itself. The user-generated content from GTA Online has spawned an entire genre of TikTok and YouTube videos. Users have turned role-playing, trick, and racing modes from the game into videos and social posts that not only generate billions of views, but have also helped launch the careers of hundreds of content creators. One notable event that was created entirely by the community was the infamous Green vs. Purple Alien War, in which players would cause chaos while dressed as green or purple aliens and fight a pseudo-civil war, all of which was planned offline and only possible thanks to a passionate and organized community. But mods and DLC aren't the only reason why Grand Theft Auto Online has managed to stay relevant during its nearly 12-year lifespan. The game was able to secure its die-hard fan base thanks to a feat very few titles have managed to pull off. GTA Online allowed players to hoard more than a decade of digital asset releases, including cars, planes, and other vehicles that would make a digital Jeff Bezos feel poor. The runaway success of Grand Theft Auto Online has helped the game stay near the top of the charts month after month for nearly a decade, earning Rockstar an impressive estimated $8.4 billion in revenue. It's a lot of money. The overwhelming financial success of GTA 5 and GTA Online is most likely why the release gap between GTA 5 and 6 is nearly 12 years. While it may seem like Rockstar figured out the winning formula to print money, it has to be recognized that lightning just doesn't strike twice. With the poor reception of Red Dead Online 2 and a growing competitive online multiplayer space thanks to games like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone, there may be some hesitation on Rockstar's part to dive into a brand new version of GTA Online. Regardless of how you feel about that, GTA Online is a true testament to what happens when a developer not only supports a title long after release, but allows its users to build and create content for what might very well be a metaverse in its own right. To put the popularity and lifespan of GTA 5 into perspective, the entire series, starting with the original Grand Theft Auto in 1997 to the final expansion of Grand Theft Auto 4, The Lost and the Damned, was released over the span of 11 years. Nearly the same amount of time that GTA 5 has managed to stay on top of the sales charts month after month. As of the time of this video, GTA 5 has sold close to 190 million copies, only to be beaten by Minecraft's 300 million copies and Tetris's 520 million units. Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold more units than Sony sold PlayStation 2s, Microsoft shipped Xbox 360s, and even Nintendo has currently sold Switches. But sales aren't everything, because the sheer popularity of this game can't be understated, thanks to its impact on everything from the way modern games are presented, to the way content creators have built a world around an existing franchise, and even its impact on mainstream commercial art.
So now what?
And now, with the long-awaited sequel on the horizon, Rockstar may have another mega hit on its hands, thanks in part to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5.
Elden Ring Night Rain is a weird one. It takes the foundation of one of the best open-world RPGs of a generation and turns it into not just a roguelite where death is even more of a big deal, but a three-person co-op focused roguelite. And in many ways, that strange experimental concoction is a success. Under the right conditions, Night Rain's 45-ish minute runs are positively thrilling. They are packed with surprising encounters, challenging decisions, satisfying opportunities for teamwork, and some of the best boss battles From Software has ever come up with. And that's a very high bar. The big problem, however, is that those right conditions are far more difficult to create than they should be. You really need to have a consistent squad of similarly skilled players that are able to devote hours at a time in order to see what makes Night Rain special. And when you don't, the flaws of its design are magnified tenfold. There is excellence in this Elden Ring spin-off, but it's excellence that's just a little bit tarnished. Let's get the most important caveat out of the way. If you are hoping to tackle Night Rain entirely solo, and are anything less than a hardcore Elden Ring player that actively seeks out ways to make that already difficult game even more challenging, Night Rain isn't for you. Yes, there is technically a single-player option, but it's so poorly balanced that I would be honestly shocked if it isn't patched and adjusted within the first month of release. And this is coming from someone who lives and breathes these types of games. To understand why, we first need to go over what Night Rain even is. On a very basic level, this is a roguelite that takes place on an island called Limveld, which is kind of like a melting pot of Elden Ring's environments, enemies, bosses, and structures. The general flow of a run is split up into a 3-day cycle. On days 1 and 2, it's all about farming gear, defeating bosses, and leveling up so that you're as prepared as possible when you face off against one of the 8 extremely difficult Nightlord bosses on day 3. It's a great formula, and while you might think that the mostly static map would get old after a while, there's a good amount of procedural generation on every run that mixes up the location of just about every point of interest, requiring you to plan out a unique route on each new attempt. On top of that, there are also random events like boss raids, summoning portals, and other wild occurrences that inject a heavy level of chaos every once in a while. Efficiency is key because you are on a very strict time limit, with a Battle Royale-esque circle that constricts at set points throughout the day, eventually shrinking to the size of a small battlefield and setting the stage for a boss battle that ends the night. It is immediately obvious that Night Rain was designed with a 3-player squad in mind. Enemy encampments that don't require you to fight a single boss will instead have you spread out to take down 3 tough enemies. Basic encounters against 5 or more enemies that would be trivial with 3 players become costly time wasters when you're on your own. And the new Nightlord bosses all seem explicitly designed with having allies in mind, and I'm not sure how I would even approach several of them by myself. Night Rain at least scales up your damage when you're alone, but it doesn't change any of these fundamental design decisions in any way that would make solo play more reasonable. But the biggest issue is that co-op partners are able to revive each other when someone goes down, but you've only got 1 life to live against bosses when you're out on your own. That's generally the case in roguelites, but usually there's some sort of safety net that you can fall back on. For example, Hades has Death Defiances, and part of the progression of that game allows you to work towards unlocking more of them with every run. Returnal has artifacts that you can find that give you extra lives, rewarding you for being more thorough in your exploration. Spelunky has shortcuts that allow you to skip the early stages to get practice on the enemies, traps, and bosses that you only have limited experience with. The list goes on, but Night Rain has virtually nothing to make up for the fact that solo players lose access to that crucial revival option. There is an item that will resurrect you once with half of your life, but it's limited to the highest rarity tier, meaning you have to choose it over a legendary weapon if one does appear as a reward. Similarly, you may find them in a shop, but they cost a substantial amount of runes that you could instead use to level up. Either way, it's just not a solution that makes up for the crippling detriment of not having someone to revive you if you go down. None of this is to say that solo play is outright impossible, and I have had a few successful runs on my own, just that the balancing of solo play feels like a job half finished, and as a result, the frustration of playing alone wasn't worth the triumph for me to have any desire to play it more without a squad. Night Rain's saving grace is that when you do have a squad of 3 people who all know what they're doing, communicate well, and are generally pretty skilled at Elden Ring, it really is a lot of fun. The central idea of taking an entire game's worth of progression and condensing it into a 40-minute run is a strong one. Going from cutting down rats with a basic weapon to culling Elden Ring's most fearsome bosses with a badass armament that you may or may not have gotten to use in the main game is one of the coolest and most satisfying parts. It's 80+ hours of character growth condensed into less than an hour and shot straight into your veins. Dropping into a run the first couple of times is certainly overwhelming, mostly because of the amount of information on the minimap you have to process, but at least FromSoft keeps the inventory and stat management very simple. Level ups are automatic, letting you press a button at a site of grace to automatically level your class's preferred stats. And as far as weapon stats go, all you have to worry about here is the damage number, the elemental affinity, the passive bonus you get simply for having the weapon in your inventory, and the weapon skill that comes along with it. This meant when I had a choice between 3 rewards, I was able to very quickly make a judgment on what I needed at that moment and continue on my way. Eventually I started to understand what rewards were offered at which camps, which ones were quick and could be cleared before the circle closed in, which ones I should do only if I had a lot of extra time, what level I should attempt certain roaming bosses, and which bosses I should absolutely avoid unless my team was really confident in our builds. Exploring these areas can be more frustrating than it needs to be, thanks to a new wall climbing ability that just feels straight up bad, especially when it takes 3 attempts to jump over what looks like should be an easily scalable wall as you're trying to escape from the encroaching circle. But learning the ins and outs of the map helped my efficiency and led to a very satisfying feeling of skill progression that wasn't tied to the actual progression system that offers persistent improvements between attempts. That system is tied to relics that can be won after completing a run. Whether you win or lose, you still get relics, but the better you perform, the better the quality and quantity of relics you earn. These can be equipped before a run and impart stat bonuses, starting skills or elemental affinities for your initial weapon, buffs for performing certain actions, and in some cases, they can even improve the skills of a specific class. When you're just starting out, these bonuses are hardly noticeable and too random to really make any sort of compelling build from, but eventually, with enough runs under your belt, you'll get some powerful relics that can really start to have an effect on your power level in a run. That said, there should really be more of an element of choice with regards to the meta progression, or at least a way to control some of the randomness. There are a small selection of relics that you can buy at the jar shop inside your base before runs, and there are set relic rewards for being Night Lord bosses and completing class-specific objectives called remembrances, but other than that, you're completely at the mercy of the RNG gods when it comes to what relics you get. It can be really annoying when you're looking to strengthen your preferred class, and you keep getting relics that just don't do anything for you. One of the biggest departures compared to what we're used to from Elden Ring is that the classes are now actual classes, with unique skills and gameplay styles, as opposed to soft classes that just determine your starting stats and weapons. And the 8 options are varied and well defined, with even the most basic archetypes having some interesting twists to them. The Wilder, for instance, is the general jack of all trades, but also has access to a nifty grappling hook that can be used to pull weak enemies towards you, zip yourself towards larger enemies, or simply zoom you around the field at high speeds if you aim it on the ground. In addition to the basic fighter, mage, and ranger archetypes, you also have a few completely unique choices that don't fit into any pre-existing mold. One of the most interesting classes is the Executor, whose main skill has you pulling out a unique sword with a Sekiro-like parrying mechanic tied to it. Basically, by blocking attacks with proper timing, you completely negate damage, don't lose any stamina, and reduce the enemy's own stamina, potentially opening them up for a critical hit. It's a very risky class, especially in a game where missing a parry can mean almost certain death, and it feels like the offensive power of the Sekiro sword is a little too weak to justify the risk of the parries, but I appreciate this inclusion nonetheless as both a nod to Sekiro and a completely different way to approach combat. As mentioned, each of the classes has a remembrance tied to them, which is essentially a collection of journal entries that chronicle the story of how they wound up in Limveld and their purpose for being there. It's a far cry from the rich lore that we're used to in FromSoft games, but at least each of the remembrances has a handful of playable chapters that have you completing specific objectives in order to earn powerful relics, as well as a healthy amount of runes to help you level up during the actual run itself. Almost all of Night Rain is made up of existing Elden Ring parts, but there are a few surprise bosses that are pulled from the Dark Souls series as well. But the 8 Night Lords are brand new, and oh boy, they're almost all unlike any boss FromSoft has ever designed before. Many of them are clearly inspired by MMO boss battles, with a number of party-wiping attacks that must be stopped or interrupted before they get a chance to finish their preparation. Others are designed to split the party up into roles to either hold aggro or press the assault, and some are just designed to be all-out wars against absurdly aggressive foes. They're almost all bangers, with only one of them being a dud, due to the best strategy simply being hanging back and pelting them with arrows for what felt like an hour. Still, 7 out of 8 is still pretty great, especially when those 7 are among the best From Software has ever created, with excellent accompanying soundtracks to match. I don't want to spoil them too much, but the fight against the Fisher and the Fog boss in particular is so good it gave me goosebumps all throughout. But the creativity of those bosses once again shines a light on the eldritch elephant in the room. They only really work as a team, and by far the 2 biggest issues facing Night Rain right now are 1, the shocking lack of crossplay, and 2, the absence of a duos playlist. If you play as a duo, you will be forced to fill the 3rd player with matchmaking. It is simply a lot to ask of a group of 3 people who all must have purchased the $40 game, play on the same platform, be of a similarly matched skill to be able to handle the extreme challenge of the day 3 bosses, have the time to devote 45 minutes per run, and also can agree on fighting the same boss that they may or may not need to beat for their own individual progression. There is a decent pinging system that at least makes it possible for light communication with a group of randos, but there's no built-in voice chat, which makes nuance like trying to communicate that your group should hit the basement of the castle instead of the front or side entrance virtually impossible. It's just a night and day difference when you're able to group up with a squad that communicates well and knows what they're doing versus when you've got one that doesn't listen to you or just constantly makes bad decisions, especially with no way to vote to cancel or quit out of a run without penalty. That makes the prospect of random matchmaking on the live servers pretty unappealing. When Elden Ring Night Rain is played exactly as it was designed to be played, it's one of the finest examples of a 3-player co-op game around. The 8 character classes are each fun to use and feature a surprising amount of depth despite their limited movesets. The new Night Lord boss battles are among the best FromSoft has ever crafted and make the most of the 3-player dynamic, and the fast-paced race against the clock nature of each run leads to exciting moments of split-second decision-making and frantic rushes to try to finish up a fight before the circle closes in. But a lack of crossplay, duo matchmaking, and built-in communication tools makes it hard to create the conditions needed to have this kind of experience unless you're bringing 2 real-life friends on every run. And if you want to just play by yourself, I can't recommend it because of the poor solo mode balancing. All of this amounts to an ambitious spin-off that's exhilarating when you're able to create the proper conditions, and one that quickly flips to incredibly frustrating when you're not.
One of my favorite features in the first Death Stranding was how you could get that little hover caddy thing, and you could put your mail and carry it around, or you could do sick tricks and ride it like a skateboard, which is a thing you can actually do in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, which you, Nick Maillet, played a whole bunch of. What's up with those skateboards?
Yeah. Okay. So Tony Hawk 3 and 4, it's a remake, calling it a remaster, but let's be honest, it's a remake.
of Tony Hawk 3 and 4, as the name would suggest. One thing out of the gate, there is no campaign for Tony Hawk 4. I know that's made a lot of people really kind of about the game, but I can guarantee you it's really fun. It plays exactly like how you used to play the old games. What was funny for me is that I haven't played them in almost 20 years at this point. I'm old, I get it. And within like 4 or 5 minutes, I full muscle memory and just knew exactly where to go. And it's like very nostalgic, but it also feels super modern, if that makes sense. Like it's not as rough as if you went back and played them on the PS2, where you're like, oh, this was better when I was a kid.
How did it compare, I guess, to playing the first 2 remasters? Because I remember those looked, and I mean, they perform well. They perform as they play like the originals play, but there's still that kind of weird separation of like, this looks like a brand new game, but it sort of controls like an older game. What did 3 and 4 do to sort of push things forward in terms of the Tony Hawk experience?
Yeah, I would say 3 and 4, I think it's pretty objectively at this point, even if you go off like IGN's reviews and stuff, better games. The worlds are a lot bigger. The maps, they're just like, everything's more fleshed out. There's a lot more to do. It's more wacky and zany.
The missions I remember being insane. Like I saw a little bit in this footage here. There was like a dude in a haunted house that turned into bats.
Yeah, he's the Slender Man, and you go up to him and he's like, oh, I need to get in this house. And you find an axe, you give it to him, and then he like gets dragged down to hell. But then you get another place where you can skateboard and a bunch of skeletons are like dancing and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, this is the insanity that I forgot these games had, because they got a bit more grounded later on with like Project 8 and stuff.
I gotta ask,
a little bit undergrounded.
A quick spoiler, but I need to know the Canada level. It's back, right?
Yes.
Can you tip the man who is peeing on the edge of a mountain over the mountain still?
I couldn't find him.
Oh no.
But I also might have, I didn't play the Canada one that much because
okay.
This is a personal preference. I don't like snow levels in games, as weird as that is. If there's snow, I tend to avoid it. And I'm like, I don't know why. I just feel cold.
What's wrong with you?
I feel Nick on that, because I like snow biomes, but I hate deserts. And every game nowadays feels like they have to include 1 or 2 deserts, or a desert and a wasteland, and I'm so sick of it.
I mean,
so.
I get the desert because they're sort of desolate by definition, but like, what's wrong with snow?
I don't know.
Cool. It's like a cool thing to show off. Like you get little snow drifts. You can see footprints. Maybe the people follow you.
I get wowed for a minute, and then I'm just like, it's just like I'm watching this gameplay right now that I played, and I'm just like. It ruined Kingdom Hearts 3 for me when you're in the snow and Sora didn't wear a jacket, and I still think about that.
When you found out there's a whole Frozen level, you're like, oh no.
And all he says is like, if we run really fast, it'll be warm. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I didn't realize I was on a podcast with a bunch of synesthesia dudes.
Yeah.
I want to say I get it, but I don't. I just don't understand. I mean, snow levels are just, I feel like they're completely innocuous. Like there's the rare occasion where like, oh, you're going to slip on ice, or maybe the cold actually hurts you if you're not wearing the right outfit or whatever. But in like a skateboarding game, are you just mad because it looks like a snowboarding game? Like,
it's just, I don't know. For me, skateboarding is, we're going to the beach or a haunted house, not in the snow. Nick did just point out, the guy was peeing off the edge, and I do remember in the remake, that's a dude who's trying to take pictures of you.
Oh, they changed it from a peeing person to a photographer. Yeah. Interesting.
And those are the hardest missions, because it's like, do this really ancillary thing right now here, and I'm like, I never get it. But
wait, so he's not peeing anymore? He's just a photographer? What?
Yeah, he's taking photos of you instead.
Interesting. Oh man, I was gonna say like I love how like dudes peeing off of ledges was like a pretty groundbreaking thing in the PS2 era. They had that in like Metal Gear Solid 2. You're still trying to knock them down. Yeah, I don't know. Go figure. So yeah, this looks rad. I'm actually like way more interested in this. I went into 1 and 2 like I had fond memories of playing them as a kid. And then immediately jumping into the remakes going, oh right, I suck. I completely suck at these games, because they're like, I mean, the first ones are very they're very like, they're all very score based, but I think what kind of missed me as like a middle schooler was that they're also effectively rhythm games. Like it really comes down to just, nailing those combos. And are these a little more forgiving, and if you just want to kind of screw around, because that's sort of what it sounds like.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it's to level design. 3 and 4 have much bigger, more open, more fun levels that aren't
like especially with 1 where you kind of have, there's a path that you want to take that's optimal. These are a bit more open and more fun, and I found myself like doing a lot better than I did with the last remakes, just because the game's just a lot. It just sum it up. It's just a better game. Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, that's transitioning from the 64 and PS1 to PS2 back in the day for 3 and 4. Like that just afforded them so much more polygons and space on the disc to put more things, so they were able to make these stages better. So like, yeah, like I love 1 and 2, but yeah, 3 was my favorite, like, of all time. Plus you get to skate as Wolverine in 3, which I like 99.9% sure he's not coming back this time around, which is a bummer.
Don't think he is, but Bam Margera's back. So
yeah, that was a pretty big announcement that they had, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of like question marks on whether or not he would be in the game. But no, it seems like they got him back. So good for them and good for him.
Remakes and remasters are very much an in thing at the moment, and while it's no surprise that we would eventually see what are arguably 2 of the best entries in the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series make their way to modern platforms, I definitely didn't expect this package to be as robust of a remake as it's shaping up to be. From the instantly recognizable levels of THPS 3 to the controls that activated a muscle memory I didn't realize was stored in my brain for over 20 years, yeah, I'm old, and the refreshing pick up and play 2-minute time limits, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is definitely shaping up to not only be one of 2025's better remakes, but a game that'll keep you kicking and pushing for dozens of hours this summer. As the name suggests, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is a remake of both games with a modern facelift, new parks and skaters, and most importantly, a banger of a soundtrack. It plays exactly like it did back when it was released on PlayStation 2, and it's clear that this is definitely an if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of remake. There's a sense of nostalgia I felt when revisiting classic maps like THPS 3's Suburbia and 4's College, and while those definitely look much better now for, obvious reasons, it still felt like the same games my friends and I stayed up way too late playing on Friday nights all those years ago. The wackiness and the weirdness of the Tony Hawk games is still here, and outside of a few modern updates to the roster and the promise of new tricks and a new game plus mode, this is definitely the Tony Hawk that you remember from yesteryear. That's not to say it's all hard flips and smooth pavement though. While Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 plays really smoothly and the inclusion of the traditional 2-minute timer works surprisingly well, the lack of the campaign mode is a bit of a sore spot in an otherwise promising remake. The game's purists might be let down from this, but after playing for a few hours, I didn't really miss it much. There's something refreshing about playing a game that respects my time and limits me to shorter bursts of gameplay in an age where every game wants me to play it for hundreds of hours on end. While a career mode would have been a cool inclusion, there's still a lot here that's worth sinking your teeth into. Thankfully, nothing's been messed with and the gameplay feels natural. And within minutes, I was pulling off long grinds into manuals, back into grinds, and chasing that ever-elusive higher score while flying around the map trying to fill out skate. After a few minutes of tripping over myself in a comically over-the-top way, the controls quickly came back to me and I was flying around Suburbia, heel-flipping over cars, and popping off that satisfying orchestra hit whenever I landed a special move. Ah, music to my ears. The new map Water Park felt like it was always part of the original games, and it was easily one of the most fun levels to grind around and discover its secrets. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater's addictive gameplay loop kept me wanting more whenever the timer ticked down to the last few seconds, and I frequently found myself quickly hopping back in for just one more run. In a time where it seems like every game from the early 2000s is getting a modern facelift, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is shaping up to be a welcome addition in a year full of excellent remakes and remasters. From its faithful recreation of what made the PS2 era classics so memorable, to its modern quality of life improvements, excellent soundtrack, and overall love letter to the series' early days, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is very much something that should be on your radar if you're a fan of skateboarding, enjoy action sport games, or just want to play something simple and fun. It might be the easiest kickflip you'll land all year. For more previews of the latest upcoming games, don't miss out on our recent looks at The Outer Worlds 2 and Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And for everything else in the world of video games, grind your way to IGN. 2013 was a major year for video games. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 had overstayed their welcome, and consumers were looking for the next big thing.
Is it too late in its life cycle to get a PlayStation 3, and should I just wait?
It was the perfect time to announce the next generation of PlayStation hardware, and Sony did just that.
This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
While on the surface, this may have seemed like just another console launch. It was only 2 years since the infamous hack of the PlayStation Network, 1 year since the Vita failed to set the market on fire, and over 6 years since the launch of the PS3. For Sony, this needed to be a home run. On this episode of IGN Rewind, we'll be taking a close look at the launch of Sony's 4th PlayStation console and dive deep into how the PlayStation 4's launch would set the groundwork for one of Sony's most successful video game endeavors yet. This is the launch and reveal of the PlayStation 4. Rumors of the next generation of PlayStation started popping up online via LinkedIn job postings.
They found the CV on LinkedIn of a guy named Attila Voss. He worked at PlayStation for about 14 years, starting in 1998. And what's interesting on his CV is that he worked on something called the next generation PlayStation. He worked on PS2, PS3, Vita, but he worked on this thing he only calls next generation PlayStation. We don't know what that is, but we assume it's the next generation console, PlayStation 4.
While numerous industry experts were speculating and discussing why they wanted a new PlayStation, there wasn't any official confirmation from Sony regarding a new console.
Rumors hit the internet about the PlayStation 4, Sony's next home console. Very exciting.
What's a code name?
Codenamed Orbis.
Oh, that's a hell of a name.
Woo!
That's a thing.
Now, the rumors have a few details to them, including the CPU and GPU, which I don't think are as exciting as a couple other pieces of information, including the fact that it apparently will not play PlayStation 3 games. Whoa, there's going to be some sort of restriction placed on the system's ability to play used games. Now, we also heard that there's a potential holiday release for 2013. So with all that said, Colin, true or fake?
It's probably true, but I don't know. I mean, so we did reach out to Sony, of course. We talked to our people there. Their usual line when they don't want to tell us anything is we don't comment on rumors and speculation. PlayStation 4's controller seems to have leaked, Scott. And,
yes.
And these are very exciting times. Now, the story comes by way of Destructoid, who posted a picture. This is the picture, but we'll have a better version of it, obviously, appearing on your screen, of what looks like a PlayStation 4 dev kit and a PlayStation 4 controller. And a source indicates to IGN that that controller is 100% real, so there is no speculation about it.
That speculation wouldn't last too long, though.
And here we go. Sony will be making a big announcement on February 20th, and all signs point to it being the PlayStation 4. PlayStation.com is advertising a meeting to be held on February 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern, along with the invitation, See the Future.
We believe that PlayStation 4 represents a significant shift from thinking of PlayStation as merely a box or a console to thinking of PlayStation as a leading authority on play. This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
Today, Sony held a special press event in New York City, and they had tons of huge announcements for us. Let's get to it. First off, the big one. The PlayStation 4 is official, and it's coming as soon as holiday 2013. It will have an x86 CPU, 8 gigs of system RAM, and what Sony is calling an enhanced PC GPU and a supercharged PC architecture. It will be capable of running gorgeous Unreal Engine 4 games and even have millions of objects moving in real time on the Havoc engine. You'll apparently be able to turn off the system while playing and pick up where you left off just by turning it back on. Dedicated always-on hardware puts a huge focus on social functionality, where apps on Vita, smartphones, and tablets allow you to chat even when you're away from your PS4. But we didn't just get to see the new console. Take a look at the new controller. It's officially called the DualShock 4. It has enhanced rumble, reduced latency, a small touchpad, and a light bar to track its movements. It also has a share button, but more on that in a bit. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty hot to me.
I'm Jamin Hatfield, host and producer here at IGN. You may recognize me from such shows as GameScoop.
What was the hype like around the office when the PS4 was initially announced? So pre-E3 when they had that PlayStation conference, and then the controller leak like a week before.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, it was a little bit muted at that point. It was like I said, sounds great on paper. It's the next PlayStation, it's more powerful, easier to develop for. Cool, sounds good. It was as things started to fall apart for Xbox. You know, it's just these, you see the first party platforms, they rise and fall, they come and go, and going into PS3, Sony had gotten cocky after 2 generations dominating the industry, and then that bit him in the butt. And then you see the same thing happening with Xbox. When you watch that reveal of the Xbox One, it almost seems like they don't even think of Sony as a competitor anymore. Like they want to compete with Amazon and cable companies and Comcast. So the whole reveal, there's very little talk of video games during that reveal. There's talk about how it's going to be the center of your entertainment living room, and you're going to run your cable box through it, and it's going to change the way that you watch sports. And it's probably going to require an online connection, and you can't trade your games, and you may not even be able to play used games on it. So it's like, what? It sounded worse and worse the more we heard about it, and that just made the PlayStation 4 sound better and better and better.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the death blow was E3.
This is going to be a bigger than normal E3 with a lot of focus on next generation consoles.
E3 2013 was an electrifying conference because not only was Sony showing off their new console, but Microsoft was also showing off their new Xbox. Even though Microsoft's press conference was aired before Sony's by a few hours, the reception of their event was received in a less than stellar way and ultimately led to diminished sales and a major blow to their brand's reputation. But that's another story for another time.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. Later that evening, all eyes were on Sony and the PlayStation 4.
Like an hour, and we're like, yeah, this is okay.
We got called back here at an hour, and Dame and I were like, it's been a solid conference. I'm waiting for the knockout punch, and then they just came out and beat the body to death. Like, I mean, it's 6 years, 6.5 years I've covered PlayStation for IGN. I'm so used to them coming out and just screwing it up.
I know.
And they're coming out, they're like, no, we got this.
Oh my God. E3 2006, they screwed it up then.
Oh,
when they
yeah,
announced it. $600.
$599 US.
Oh my God.
I don't know. So where do we begin?
You have to. It was backloaded. This whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like
they were teasing us the whole way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I loved
it. You wanted more.
I wanted more.
They showed a hell of a lot of games.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Bombshells were the price.
The biggest question on everyone's mind was saved for the end of the conference. Everyone wants to know, what's it going to cost? Sony revealed that the PlayStation 4, which arrives this holiday season, will be priced at $399 US, 399 euros, and 349 pounds sterling. 20% less than the Xbox One. Damn.
The most notable thing to come out of the entire press conference, besides the console itself, wasn't an announcement for anything Sony was selling, but a direct shot at Microsoft Xbox One's always online DRM.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks. This bold jab at the competition was what Sony needed to hammer its gaming-first messaging and solidify its player-first stance for the next generation of consoles.
I think they handled it as pretty. They took that probably as far as you could without being like distasteful.
The PS4 reveal was a massive success, and Sony managed to not only reinvigorate the PlayStation brand, but also amplify the competition's confusing messaging around its next Xbox console.
There were lots of people who gave their opinions on that issue to my Twitter account before E3. It's not that our hardware policies are decided strictly based on user reaction like this, but when we were thinking about what we had to bring across and how to bring it across, it was a very useful source. Considering how Sony referenced the feedback Microsoft had received towards the end of its conference, it appears that even if the backlash didn't dictate what the Japanese company decided to do with the PS4, it was happy to capitalize on the negative reaction. SCE Japan Asia President Hiroshi Kawano added, "As of now, I feel like we're getting a very positive response. For this system, we made a list of what people expected from us, debating over each point, with user feedback forming the main basis for the list. The software makers are also telling us that they feel like they really make some fun stuff with it. A new platform always provides the basis for new forms of play, so I'd like to see it connect to a revitalization of the marketplace."
It's the fact that I think for E3 and what E3 is designed to be, PlayStation won it. I think Microsoft had better games. I was more excited about their game lineup, but only because I already knew they came out and showed like updated versions for PlayStation games, right? Sure. And I was like, that's awesome. And then what I got excited about the PlayStation was the price, and then standing up for gamers like we've talked about, and doing all these different things.
This is the time more than ever where you need to win on policy, because a few years ago Sony announced the PS3 and they said it's $599 US, and people said no. And had they said yes, game consoles would forever be $600+, but they weren't. And we changed that, right? And we spoke with our wallets. And this time around, Sony said, we're not going to do the used game thing. We're not going to rip people off. And they stopped that dead in its track. And if you're doing that, you're an ass. Right. And you're ripping people off. And that's the tone they set. And that's more important than any game in the world. The games will come later, but if the platform doesn't rip you off out the box, it's a good place to start.
In those first-party conferences, there's always sort of a level of like one-upmanship, and they're always trying to outdo each other. But that year is like, I've never seen any of the first parties be so blatant in their like thumbs up to Xbox. Like Jack Tretton, just they addressed deliberately the fact that their console was not going to require any sort of online connection. You can trade your games, you can play used games. They're just like they hit every weak point that Xbox had sort of revealed for themselves. Yeah, Sony took advantage of.
The excitement around the PlayStation 4 was nearing a cult-like status. Thanks to its well-received E3 press conference and effective marketing campaign, Sony had positioned itself to become the console leader of this new generation early into its launch window.
And then, of course, on launch day, it was like, there was so much more excitement. Like, we have a video on IGN about this mass unboxing of PS4s in the office, because pretty much everyone in the IGN office had pre-ordered one. Let me just say, I don't think we had enough people to do a fun video like that for the Xbox One.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, and our personal PS4s have arrived here at the IGN office, but everybody's so excited we all wanted to do an unboxing video by ourselves, so we said, hey, we'll do it all at once. You guys ready? Yeah! All right then, 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody?
Got the controller right here. Let's take a look at the DualShock 4. A little bit of a
It's so nice and got the handle. You know, I like the handle.
have the Watchdogs guy.
Month of PlayStation Plus. So the best part about this is that if you hook it up to your TV right now, you'll be able to download the latest firmware and make sure you get home in time.
That's different than college, but I love mine personally.
PlayStation 3, it didn't really have a built-in headset, so nobody was ever talking in PS3 multiplayer games.
Very, very nice packaging here that you can see.
The wobble, the infamous PlayStation 4 wobble. It's because of these little dots, but don't worry about it, it's okay.
Most important is the quick start guide, but then it also comes with a controller. Oh my gosh, we got the same thing! That's why this is the most revolutionary console ever made, since the GameCube at least.
And this is the world's best HDMI cable because you know it came free in a box.
Okay, yes. Well, I'm going to do an in-depth walkthrough of this power cable now, starting at one end. So I'm not sure what this end is for.
The console looks pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
It's got the glossy
small
top,
disc.
kind of got a matte.
I love what they've done here.
We get
There
to
you
try
have
it
it,
out to make
folks.
sure.
The PS4, it looks great. I'm gonna go make out with this man. Some of us have to get back to work.
Well, that's the unboxing of the PlayStation 4.
It was very entertaining as a gamer to watch, and it was exciting to cover as an IGN employee. So yeah, I don't think I have no notes.
The launch of the PlayStation 4 was lightning in a bottle. The system was well on its way to becoming one of the best-selling consoles of all time, topping the original PlayStation at over 117 million units sold at the time of this video. Thanks to some smart marketing and one of the most effective video game press conferences to date, Sony was able to revive the PlayStation brand and launch one.
Hey, what are you doing on June 7th and 8th? If you said anything but going to IGN Live, you're missing out. Get hands-on with new and upcoming games, be front row for celebrity interviews, developer deep dives.
And welcome to IGN Live.
Live tapings of all your favorite IGN shows. Roll the thing. Free merch, exclusive looks at what's new from Netflix, Xbox, IDW, 2K Sports, and more. It's a huge party and you're invited.
Real fans, and I love that.
Get your tickets today at IGN.com/live.
If there's one thing that's kept the name Doom up near the top of the list of first-person shooters, it's how it's always boldly reinventing being a badass, super-powered, one-man army against the armies of hell. 3 decades ago, we got the original old-school running guns, then a jump-scare-laden horror shooter, then a modern reimagining of that old-school running gun, and then a mobility-focused action shooter in 2020's Doom Eternal. The form that Doom: The Dark Ages takes on is actually one that is very different from Eternal, a game that I rank as one of my favorite shooters of all time. In fact, it's so different that initially I was turned off by the heavier feel of the movement, the lack of a double jump or air dash, and the sheer chaos of having wide open fields with seemingly hundreds of enemies closing in on me from all sides. But a few hours into the 20+ hour campaign, my arsenal had expanded. The ways in which I could dispatch enemies had diversified, and I'd started to better understand and appreciate what Doom the Dark Ages was and what it wasn't. By the end of it, I was left grinning like a Doom guy that just picked up a super shotgun as I ripped and tore until it was done. Doom the Dark Ages campaign is all about setting up the dark sci-fi fantasy vibes. It follows our strong, mostly silent Doomslayer before he was awoken in a sarcophagus in a UAC space station back in Doom 2016. Of course, the Slayer himself isn't much more than just a vehicle for badassery, so it's not like we're seeing a new side of him or getting any sort of deeper look at this character's origins or motivations. Instead, the Dark Ages story is more about filling in the blanks in the Doom universe, diving into the history of the conflict between humans and demons, and further fleshing out both the faction of humanity defending Sentinels and the deity-like Makers.
Launch the Slayer.
And in that way, it's not only serviceable, but it also does a good job of taking us to both a wide variety of hellish landscapes that includes sci-fi themed medieval castles, and a very welcome trip to the Lovecraftian inspired cosmic realm, which features a ton of really cool mind-bending puzzles and creepy settings that are different from what we've seen before. Perhaps the best thing about the story is that it no longer feels like it's just the Slayer against the nameless forces of hell. There are human companions that are central to the plot.
Maybe he didn't survive.
It regularly feels like you're fighting alongside humanity in this giant all-out war against the demons, and there's actual intrigue involving the mysterious Makers and their role in this whole conflict. This is the strongest a Doom story has ever been, even if that's not a bar you'd have to double jump over. Besides the setting, the big thing that separates Doom the Dark Ages from previous entries in the series is the addition of the Slayer's shield, and all the abilities that come with it. Now, rather than being forced to avoid taking damage by constantly staying on the move and jumping around like a madman, you're often encouraged to charge straight forward into danger with your shield at the ready to either block or deflect enemy attacks. Any attack that is red can be blocked until your shield's depleted, and anything that's green can be reflected with a well-timed guard to not only deal substantial damage, but also stun most monsters it hits. Even on Nightmare difficulty, which is what I did my playthrough on, the parry timing is very generous. But fortunately, you can fine-tune it however you like in the menus, along with a ton of other handy difficulty modifiers. The other key shield technique is a charging bash attack that can be used to quickly close the distance between you and your enemy. Think the Super Shotgun's grapple in Doom Eternal, only faster. You can use it with any weapon, and it's on a relatively quick cooldown. I know, fun, right? This combination of being able to use the shield both defensively to block and stun, and then offensively to quickly zip in and out is what really elevates the Dark Ages combat to the stratosphere by making it still feel very fast and exciting, even with the removal of things like double jumps, quick dashes, and fast weapon swaps. We get the best of both worlds, in that this Slayer is still extremely mobile, but also feels like a heavily armored tank thanks to loud footsteps and a devastating shockwave when you land from a high jump. The shield's utility doesn't end there either. Eventually, you'll also get the ability to toss the shield out Captain America style to instantly decapitate tons of fodder enemies all at once. Or, if you use it against larger enemies, it will continuously buzzsaw into them, keeping them incapacitated for a short while. This is an extremely useful skill, but I found it to be especially potent against the Arachnotron enemies that like to pepper me with a constant stream of non-reflectable bullets. If they're unarmored, I can just toss my shield to stop them from shooting, dash in, and all it takes is a single Super Shotgun blast to ready them for an execution. Those abilities are key to surviving tough fights because almost every enemy in Doom the Dark Ages has some sort of weakness like this, and unlike Doom Eternal, they are rarely weapon specific. There's no more switching to the combat shotgun specifically to pop a grenade into a cacodemon's mouth, then swapping to the rifle to snipe the guns off of a revenant, then swapping between shots of your super shotgun and ballista to quickly burst down a marauder or other big beefy enemy, etc. That's fun in its own way, and I'm sure there will be those out there, like myself, who still prefer it overall, but the Dark Ages still manages to find a way to be an absolute blast without requiring a StarCraft Pros level of APM on the harder difficulties. The enemies are largely the same usual suspects that have been in most of the other Dooms. You've got your imps, Hell Knights, Mancubi, and the aforementioned Arachnotron, and even the Cyber Demon, all of whom behave as you would expect. Others have gotten new facelifts to better match with the new setting, like the Pinky, who's now a mount with a Demon Archer riding him, and the new Cacodemon that hails from the Cosmic Realm. The Dark Ages even brings back the Vagary as a mini-boss who hasn't been seen since Doom 3. Overall, there's a nice variety in the enemies, and even those you've fought a million times before have a few new tricks to make them fit better in the Dark Ages combat. Speaking of enemies, it's worth mentioning as well that id has exponentially jacked up the number of on-screen nasties relative to Doom or Eternal. When you get a bird's eye view of the battlefield, it truly looks like an all-out war against the minions of hell. This did lead to a bit of frustration for me early on, as I was often getting attacked from behind by enemies that would spawn in without warning, but all it took was some adjustment in how I approached certain combat encounters. I had to make sure that I was using my shield bash to disengage in addition to engaging to keep them off my back. One noteworthy omission from the Dark Ages is the iconic chainsaw that has been used since Doom 2016 as a way to instantly kill a single enemy and regain ammo in the process. That has been replaced by an all-new melee system that lets you get up close and personal and engage in melee brawls that also restore your ammo. I do miss the satisfaction of sawing an imp or other small enemy in half, but this system works better for what Doom the Dark Ages is trying to achieve by again making you rush towards the fight rather than away from it. The ammo pickups for your melee attack are also much more plentiful than the gas for the chainsaw in either Doom 2016 or Eternal, making me run out of ammo far less, which was something that I very much appreciated. As far as the actual weapons go, the Dark Ages plays around a lot with the look of each weapon to give it an old-timey flavor, but the functions are generally all the same as what we've come to know and love from the series. All of the satisfyingly punchy stalwarts are accounted for. The combat and super shotguns, an assault rifle that shoots out rail spikes instead of bullets, a plasma rifle, and a long-range single-shot weapon in the form of a satisfying steel ball launcher called the Steel Shot, just to name a handful. The only really unique weapon of the bunch is the Skull Crusher Pulverizer, which sort of behaves like the chain gun, but has a ridiculous spread that can just absolutely shred a football's field worth of fodder enemies. It's a fun weapon that goes great with the Dark Ages' absolutely insane amount of on-screen enemies at once, even though I typically opted to use the shield throw to mow down the hordes of fodder, since there's an upgrade that powers up the shield charge when you do. One interesting twist for how the Dark Ages handles its arsenal is that just about every gun has a sister weapon that uses the same ammo type and can be hot swapped between with the press of a button. So, for example, along with a rocket launcher, there's a grenade launcher. In addition to the aforementioned pulverizer that does a little bit of damage spread out over a wide area, there's a Ravager that concentrates the fire to hit single enemies. It all adds up to a ton of variety in the gunplay, and while I was never forced to swap between my weapons in the same way that I was in Doom Eternal, I still found myself jumping from gun to gun simply because it's fun. But the absolute best part about the toolbox in the Dark Ages is, and this is a credit to the weapon designers at id because this is true for just about every Doom game, that every gun retains its usefulness throughout the entire game. Sure, I might have my favorites and gravitate more towards the Super Shotgun, Rocket Launcher, and Steel Shot, but even the early weapons stay relevant once you get some upgrades into them. If I'm low on armor, I can swap to the Combat Shotgun that I upgraded to ignite enemies and make them drop armor shards. If I need health, I can swap to the Ravager to make them bleed health pickups. And if I need to incapacitate an enemy while also dealing damage to others nearby, I can throw my shield into a baddie, shoot the shield, and watch as my bullets ricochet and hit everyone else around. To sweeten the pot, all of these abilities and weapons are sprinkled at a measured pace throughout the campaign. There was never even a chance for the gunplay to get stale because every level would give me a new gun, or a new ability for my shield, or a new melee weapon, or I'd find enough gold to afford a new upgrade at the shop that would alter something I already had in a way that made me want to use it more. And it's this need to upgrade that fed into my desire to explore and find both upgrade currencies and the more traditional Doom collectibles like figurines, weapon skins, and lore pickups. Appropriately, the levels of the Dark Ages welcome that exploration with open arms. While they all vary in size, the smaller stages are still big by the series standards, and the big levels are gigantic. They're huge, open battlefields with tons of secrets, challenging enemy encounters, and more than a few breathtaking vistas. Breaking up all the running and gunning are giant mecha battles and flying sections where you pilot the Slayer's dragon. Yes, the Doomslayer has a dragon, because why not? These sections are shallow compared to the rest of the Dark Ages, with the mecha sections amounting to little more than a simple game of dodge, punch, punch, dodge, punch, punch. And the dragon bits are little more than dodge, shoot, shoot, dodge, shoot, shoot. That said, they're kind of like a turret sequence in that they're infrequent and brief enough to never drag the pacing down, and they at least provide cool moments in the cutscenes that precede and follow them. And then there's the soundtrack. Holy hell. If you've played a Doom game before, you probably know what to expect going in, but even so, I was gleefully into it. It's another banger of a heavy metal soundtrack that had me coming back to certain levels after beating the campaign and just turning down all the volume except for the music so I could listen without it being overpowered by the sounds of shotgun blasts, explosions, and dying demons. Far from just being more Doom, Doom the Dark Ages is a new flavor of the legendary shooter series that's heavier and more grounded, but no less energetic and exhilarating. The new shield is an outstanding addition that adds a ton of both offensive and defensive options, and when combined with the extensive arsenal of traditional Doom guns, provides a ton of fun and exciting ways to dispatch the hundreds upon thousands of demons that stand in your way. Add on top of that another pumped up heavy metal soundtrack backing the excellent weapon, level, and enemy design, and it has once again proven that like a super shotgun blast from point blank range, they don't miss.
June 7th and 8th, the ultimate fan event hits downtown LA. IGN Live, 2 days of gaming, entertainment, and full access to everything at the Magic Box in downtown LA. From live tapings of your favorite IGN shows, to celebrity panels, meet and greets, and hands-on game demos, this is where the biggest reveals drop first. Featuring the latest from Squid Game, Anno 117 Pax Romana, Critical Role, plus the official Xbox watch party only at IGN Live. And maybe even walk away with a brand new console, PC, and a mountain of merch. IGN Live, June 7th and 8th, Magic Box, downtown LA. Get your tickets now at ign.com/live.
It's Brian Altano and Ryan McCaffrey from IGN, and Xbox announced today that they are doing some significant price hikes on all of their console hardware as well as their peripherals and first-party software. Okay, well this sucks, but before we break into that and why this is bad for the future of console gaming, let's break down the actual news itself. So Ryan, the Series S 512 gigabyte will be going to $379.99. That's up from $299. Series S 1 terabyte, $429. That's up from $349.99. Series X Digital, $549.99, up from $449.99. And the Series X with a disk drive will be $599, up from $499.99. And the Series X 2 terabyte Galaxy Special Edition with the little stars on it will be $729.99. So additionally, all of their controllers are getting price hikes along with their headsets. So even if you don't play games on Xbox consoles, but you like buying their controllers for PC gaming, it's going to be hard to avoid this price hike. Just immediate thoughts from you as somebody who's been covering Xbox and IGN for as long as I've known you.
Well, number one, the days of this isn't just Microsoft. This is clearly everybody now in terms of the days of consoles getting cheaper over the course of the generation. They're over, and they're never coming back. The Switch never got a price cut, as we are on the eve of the Switch 2's launch. The PlayStation 5 has only gone up in most territories, and I fully expect the US to follow soon here now that Microsoft has. That is actually why my PS5 is normally right there on top of my entertainment center. It is gone because I've packed it up, and as soon as we finish shooting this, I'm trading it in at GameStop for the PS5 Pro that I promised myself I was going to buy specifically for GTA 6 because I want the best GTA 6 experience I can get on day one. And there is just no doubt in my mind that Sony's going to increase prices soon as well. So I want to act now while the PS5 Pro is $700 before it goes to probably $800. We're in a weird new era. It's not just about tariffs, although that seems to be accelerating everything. And I know that gets political and people instantly get fired up about that one way or the other. But the bottom line is console gaming is getting more and more expensive. Microsoft clearly is not willing to sell their Xbox consoles at a loss, pardon me, in order to try and get more out there and move more software which does track with their strategy of everything's an Xbox. We're just going to put our games on everything. So they're basically saying, well, if you want to play on our machines, cool, but it's going to cost you. And I can't believe, Brian, that the $599 US that the PS3 made famous is now applicable to the half-decade-old Xbox Series X. It's insanity, my friend.
It's nuts. So yeah, let's go through this real quick. So like you said, for generations, consoles got price drops. That was always the deal, right? You got there early on. If you were an early adopter, launch day, you had a limited selection of games to play, maybe some really great first day games, some launch games, right? Some of the greatest games of all time launched on day one. Stuff like Super Mario 64,
Halo.
Breath of the Wild, Halo. So the deal was over time, the library got bigger, but also the price got smaller. And so did the system sometimes, right? It got slim redesigns. True. With the Switch, we never really saw that. We did see the Switch Lite, which, chopped off the entire purpose of what the naming convention of the console is, since it doesn't actually switch. But that was the deal forever. And when that happened for so long, what came with it was millions and millions of new people coming into a console's ecosystem for the first time. Guys like you and me have been buying consoles on launch day for our whole lives. We'll always do that, right? But the success of a system, when a system goes on to become the best-selling or second best-selling or third best-selling system of all time, it's because eventually it got a software lineup that was, affordable and large and deep, and it got significant price cuts where people could come to the table. We saw two things happen this generation. One, that's not happening anymore in terms of software price cuts. But two, a few weeks ago, Nintendo, who was late to the party on getting to $70 games, they did it with Tears of the Kingdom, this is years after everyone else had already done that, decided, hey, we're launching our first $80 game. And today, Microsoft said, hey, if they can sell Mario Kart for $80, then why can't we sell Call of Duty for $80 or any other first-party games? And so I think now, like, that the $70 game era is pretty much over, right? For the most part. I think we are now moving into an $80 territory. So we're seeing software go up, we're seeing hardware go up or stay the same in price throughout the entire generation. And I'm genuinely starting to get worried about what this means for the long tail of this hobby. I think that there are so many ways to approach console gaming right now as understanding that it is a place where you can play, amazing exclusives without any of the sort of the kickback or the annoyances that come with, sort of fiddling with all the things you need to do to make a PC game run for the average consumer. Some people just don't want to do that, right? But at the same time, pricing the average consumer out of that experience while simultaneously putting a lot of those first-party exclusive games everywhere, not including things like Mario Kart, is going to push people into playing games elsewhere for good. And I think that you, in the long term, are going to lose the console market as a whole. I think the console experience will go away. It'll become sort of a niche thing. And I think that people are just not going to have nostalgia for it in 10, 15, 20 years like they do now. Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the console market peak. Like, Microsoft has talked about this. It's a big reason for their strategy. I mean, a big reason. Another big reason is they can't convince anybody with their lineup to buy an Xbox console to play those games. Thankfully, that's getting better, although now they've, of course, kind of walked away from that and are just putting their games on everything, which I think could actually prove out to be a winning strategy in time. But yeah, the console market, as Microsoft has noted in the recent past, it's peaked. Like, it is not growing because more and more players are playing games on phones, and PC gaming is growing. I just had a new PC built myself because, I mean, partially it's because I'm lucky enough to do this for a living, and so I can justify it that way. But also, it's a great way to get the best experience, best version of just about everything that's not made by Nintendo now. But yeah, it's the market is changing and evolving. I mean, but it is fair to look at the demographic, the younger generation of players too, where they don't have the tribalism that you and I grew up with the Sega Nintendo battles on the playground. They just want to play whatever the game is, Fortnite or what have you, Minecraft, on whatever device is most convenient to them, whether that's a PC that they happen to be sitting at, an iPad that they're on the couch with, the phone,
a console, whatever it is. I mean, Minecraft was still, for the month of March, this data just came out this week, Minecraft was the number, I believe, 12 selling game in the month of March, even though it's already the best-selling game of all time. But that's across all platforms. If that game were locked to Xbox, it would certainly not be selling what it's selling. But yeah, you're absolutely right, though, is if the prices on gaming keep going up, like, I know a lot of people want to point to these and say, well, we pay $1,000 for these every 2 or 3 years. Some people do it every year, but I would counter that with smartphones are, in a first world way, a borderline necessity. Like, you can really justify it. Like, well, I do my banking on here and my social media and my messaging and my email and this and that and my gaming. But a console, a video game, is pretty hard to justify as essential.
Right.
It is for you and I in our jobs, and we're very lucky in that way, but it's still, for 99.9% of people, gaming, and specifically console gaming, is a hobby. It is not something that is just a must. Now, you and I have seen, we've been around long enough that we've seen recessions come and go, and gaming has historically been pretty recession-proof.
Yeah.
But these changes we're seeing now, with these prices going up, not just with Microsoft, but as you mentioned, Nintendo and probably Sony following suit here in the US, is gaming going to continue to be recession-proof? Because if the answer switches from the historical yes to no, as you noted, that's really, really problematic for the long-term future of gaming.
Yeah, so I completely agree. I don't think this means the death of gaming as we know it. I think that it means that the death of traditional console gaming as we know it could be closer than we want it to be. And I think that's in the pursuit of short-term gains. I think that a company like Microsoft right now could weather the storm a little bit better and take some of their war chest and maybe not sell $730 consoles that they're also telling you don't really need to buy. Because that's sort of a slap in the face of the few hardcore people who are still like, I'm excited for the next Xbox, I'm going to buy the next console. We know they're making more hardware in the future. We know that from, official statements and leaks and et cetera. But I do think that in the short term, if you're, like you said, somebody with a phone or a PC, it's pretty easy to convince your phone or your PC to act like a console. But you can't really make your console act like a phone or a PC. Those are walled gardens. Those are places where historically you go to play exclusive games. Companies now have realized that it's too expensive to make games for one platform. Again, outside of Nintendo, they're the ones that sort of like, they're the weird elephant in the room right now. But they've decided, PlayStation's doing this, Xbox is doing this. We're gonna put our games on PC. Xbox is also putting their games on PlayStation to, incredible success. They had some of the best-selling games last month on PS5, which is just nuts to think about. Like, for people like us who've been doing this for a long time, to pause and go, hey, look at the top of the charts on PlayStation, outside of the, games as a service games people play every day. It's like a bunch of Xbox stuff. And so, yeah, it all makes sense for them. But in terms of the box that you buy that play video games that you put underneath your TV, I think that if we keep going down this path of making it so it's less and less accessible financially for the average person to come in and play, for the average kid to save up for the average...
The Madden player, the Grand Theft Auto player.
All those people, right? I think that eventually you'll move away from that. And, we could be wrong. The Nintendo Switch, I tried to pre-order one. I was right there with you. That was a pain in the butt. Seems like it's going to be a hit. Seems like it's going to sell really well. Will it hit the same numbers as Switch 1? I don't think so.
Unlikely.
Will the PS6 hit the same numbers as the PS5? Who knows? Remains to be seen. But I do think that, like, watching prices of consoles go up and up and up over time is unprecedented. Watching games go up, $10, $20 in just a few years if you're a Nintendo fan, is unprecedented. I think that, like, almost certainly we're going to see a $70 or $80 Call of Duty this fall. We're going to see at least an $80 GTA. That conversation.
Take it to the bank. $99.99.
Yeah.
Let's just say it now, because it's. I'm not trying to will it into existence, but it's.
It's just why not, right?
Of course, yeah.
everyone's playing chicken to see how close they can get, and you know, as long as these things keep selling well and they keep doing well enough, then they're just going to keep pushing it. And so, yeah, I think all of that is it's going to make numerous profits for a lot of, you know, great powerful CEOs and shareholders in the short term. But I think in the long term, not having generations and generations of people growing up with consoles and having the nostalgia that comes with them is going to change the face of gaming forever. People will still find ways to play games, they always will, and video games will always be awesome. But I think that console gaming as we know it is beginning to change for the worse, possibly forever.
And not only that, it's not only you're talking about the players, which you and I are, we don't make games, but when I think about the people that make games, it's been brutal in the industry with layoffs in studio closures the last few years here. And it would be one thing if I felt confident that $80 games were going to mean that studios were going to stay healthy, and if they sold just okay on their game, that they were still going to have a job the next month. But very cynically, in this age of 8-figure executive pay and a continued and unending thirst from shareholders for more profits, I have absolutely no faith that $80 game prices, increasing game prices, is going to translate to more stability for the artists that make these amazing games. I just feel like it's all going to go into executives' pockets and into shareholders' share value. And it's just, I know that's like a cynical old man take here, and I should probably be more optimistic, but we live in cynical times, and I want this industry to be
under the umbrella
around.
of capitalism. You're 100% correct. Like I don't really think that, like, you know, the average person watching this video who loves video games, they're going to begrudgingly go to the store and be like, well, I can't not play GTA 6, or I need that new Call of Duty or Mario Kart. And I don't think that money is going to instantly translate to safety nets for the people making games. So I think you're 100%.
This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and today it's all about Sony PlayStation. The PS5 has sold more than 70 million units, and the PS5 Pro is the most powerful console in history. But Sony's future plans are shrouded in secrecy, with Ghost of Yotei, Marathon, and Death Stranding 2 dropping in the coming months. What's in store beyond that? Will we get a closer look at Naughty Dog's Intergalactic The Heretic Prophet? Or an official announcement of the long-rumored Horizon Online? Or maybe a long-overdue reveal of Insomniac's Wolverine game in action? We'll find out soon enough. The IGN Summer of Gaming PlayStation Showcase pre-show starts right now.
and dreams and all that, we should talk about some of the things that are known quantities that we know are kind of coming up very shortly. We have a very big PlayStation 5 exclusive coming down the pipe very soon with Death Stranding 2, which drops on June 26th. Jada, do you think we're going to see that?
Death Stranding 2? Yeah, I think it's now this time to kind of hit that mass audience and just show a little bit more before, you know, it comes out, so people are even more hyped.
Brian?
I'm 50-50 on if we'll see this today. This feels like a Summer Games Fest joint, but we'll see. It's very close either way.
I don't think we'll see it. I don't think we'll see it. I mean, how much more weird can they get with it at this point? I think it's about to be out. I think surely at this point they're ready to show something new. because Sony have been a little bit tight-fisted of late on showing new things. I think it's about time that they actually came out of the gate and showed us something new and exciting.
I would like that a whole lot. Again, there's a bunch of sort of known quantity things that we've been kind of sitting on. The next big thing after Death Stranding 2 is Marathon, which is coming out on September 23rd. I feel like we might see.
I think we're going to get a bunch of that because we've not really had much gameplay on that yet, and I think there's been a lot of talk about it for ages. We've had some gorgeous trailers. That they've had some bad hype in the news lately. I think they need to come out strong and be like, this is the game. This is what it looks like. This is how it's going to play. They have a lot of sort of explaining to do, I think, around that game.
Yes. Yeah. It's been some bad PR, but I don't know if that's going to give them enough time to like spin up a new trailer. Maybe they had one in the chamber already and like just the timing hasn't been great. Maybe it'll work in their favor, but yeah, we'll see with that one.
I feel like a really strong thing for that would be a big, huge public beta. Let lots of people come in and get their hands on it. I think that was a big missed opportunity for Concord last year. Was that just last year? Good God.
That was last year, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember just like Sony slept on Gamescom. That seemed like it could have been a cool chance for a lot of people to play a brand new game that Sony was showing off, that they didn't do anything with that.
I mean, they did have that weekend of PlayStation Plus for Concord. I think they did 2 weekends of it. But yeah, missing Gamescom, I think, was a big death knell for
honestly,
it.
just open the floodgates, let people get their hands on
Yeah,
this
I
thing.
mean, anytime you've got these multiplayer games where your audience, like mass audience, is the key to success, you just need to get people in the front door and trying your product. So that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, while we're on the live service subject, there's also Fair Games, which the last we heard about that is that Jade Raymond, who's the studio founder, had left to go do something else, which
is a great sign.
That bodes really well.
Yeah. That was last we heard.
So do you think we'll see it? No, I do not think we'll see it.
I don't think so. Yeah.
I think if we see it, it's going to be telling us that it's not coming out this year. It's going to be maybe a little.
I don't think it's
sizzly
coming
thing.
out ever.
You don't think so?
No.
Oof. Bold claims. All right. Okay, well, the other thing is Ghost of Yote, which is, I feel like, a much more safe bet, known quantity. Very excited for this one. That is coming out October 2nd. You think we're going to see that?
I think we are definitely seeing Ghost of Yote today.
Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of that.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, that's their next
That's
big
going to
game
be.
this
I think
year.
that's the anchor game of this whole thing.
I agree. I think it'll be that, and then there'll be like a one more surprise thing. But Yote is, everyone has eyes on this game right now. Everyone's excited for it. We have a release date confirmed. We know when it's happening. We know GTA 6 is not happening this year. We were worried about a lot of those jamming up against each other. So yeah, I want to see more Yote. I want to see, collector's edition stuff, and just kind of blow the lid off a couple more details.
You don't think Yote will get like its own state of play or showcase like for itself?
I mean, Borderlands did, so maybe you're onto something.
I think that would be a smart move because, again, like anybody who's not sold on this game at this point, like, what are they going to do? What are they going to bury in the middle of a bunch of other trailers that's going to get people's attention? I think the smart move would be wait for a week that isn't, dancing on the grave of E3 and show off something new. Like, I don't know, around Comic-Con or something, or, not even around Comic-Con, just some random ass week. Just get it out there, show it to people when it's, maybe announce it more than 20 minutes in advance, get people to
could help.
Like, again, with the Borderlands thing, that was, I think, a smart move to be like, hey, we could show you 15 minutes of Borderlands right now, but you might not want to stick around for that if you're just here to kind of casually watch some other things. But if you like Borderlands, mark your calendars. We get another thing coming up. So I hope it's something like that. As for other PlayStation stuff, we got kind of a look ahead into next year. There's Saros, the new thing from Housemarque, which has got Rahul Kohli in it. We got a cool cinematic trailer for that at... Was that the Game Awards?
Yes.
Sounds right.
Yeah. I get it mixed up because there was the Game Awards and there was a little.
I think we'll get we might get gameplay on that. It would be good to get gameplay on that.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
would
hyped
love
for that one. Housemarque makes awesome games, and I'm really excited for this. Like, just the art direction so far has been really cool. I can't wait to see. Like, they've made basically like arcade shooters, and that have also been masterful tech demos for how powerful a system's hardware could be, and that's kind of been their thing for a really long time. So yeah, I really dig this game. I can't wait to see it in action. Returnal was like such a good game.
It's one of my favorites on the PlayStation 5, and I'm very excited to see where they evolve from the lessons they learned in Returnal, because Returnal is still one of the best games that take advantage of the DualSense. So it would be really interesting to see where they're kind of taking that even further for Saros. This game looks fantastic. It's so gorgeous. It's all CG, but
again,
gorgeous.
this if the game looks this good, I'll be very impressed. I'm sure it'll look great. yeah, we're all. I mean, do we know for sure that it's a spiritual successor to Returnal, or are we all
I don't think it's.
I think we're just assuming.
Yeah,
I don't think it is. They said before they announced this that they were doing something different that they hadn't done for their next game. So I don't think it is going to be Returnal, but I think it is still going to have some of those. Maybe not mechanics specifically, but I think it's going to pull some of the gameplay aspects, the third-person shooting, the quick mobility, the dodging. I think that type of stuff will still be there, but I think it's going to be a very different game.
That last shot where you see the reflection in his eye of what is
iconic circular bullet pattern.
Bullet hell.
Yeah.
That's just, I don't know. That's always odd to me to be like, here's this incredibly realistic person, and then shapes moving in patterns that they probably wouldn't in real life.
So here's the spread gun from Contra. Yeah. Sure. I'm
in. Wolverine.
Man, I would love some Wolverine, but
don't we say that at the beginning of every days?
It hasn't reached Bloodborne.
I think we'll see. I think like we've been talking about the possibility of a Venom game as the sort of Miles Morales equivalent. I think we'll see that rather than Wolverine if we see anything.
I'm wearing a shirt that has little Wolverines on it. I really hope we see Wolverine today. Max and I were talking before we started recording today. It's been 4 years since the original teaser trailer. I think the leak that happened a year or two ago kind of messed a lot of stuff up for them. Obviously, like it was not something they were banking on or expecting. And a lot of gameplay footage came out of that was obviously very early. That stuff is out there, but this is really exciting to me because like combat wise, I love the Spider-Man games. I'm really fascinated to see how Insomniac can translate that to a sort of grittier, more grounded game that isn't about, thwipping and flipping across a Manhattan skyline, but instead, I don't know, beating up some people in a bar in Canada.
Using your claws to climb up a building in Toronto or whatever.
Sure, yeah. We're on the same page here. I'm into that. But yeah, just show it to me. It's been so long.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do anything kind of to get in front of the leaks because all this stuff showed up. Right. I feel like that would have been a good kind of just like, hey, yeah, lights are still on. Here's what it's going to be, sort of, just any sign of life here. But
this character was in $1 billion movie last year, and you think that would have been a pretty interesting time to be like, hey, here's a screenshot, here's something, and no, he's just been hiding in this bar.
I mean, but if they're not ready to show it, they're not ready to show it, and that's fine. And I'd rather them wait and take their time to show anything than to show something that's going to drastically change over the course of the next 3-4 years, whenever this game eventually releases, and people are like, "Oh, why doesn't look like this? This was in the trailer, and now it doesn't look like this." Because the internet does that. The internet's going to internet.
That's the thing that Sony is constantly trying to. I mean, really, everyone is trying to balance is revealing something. Too far in advance or not showing enough, we got Wolverine 4 years ago and we're still waiting around wondering where it is. What's the alternative to that? They show us like a little tidbit every 6 months and we're like, we're tired. Show us put the game out already. Like, it's either.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can all agree that 4 years is too long to just have one teaser trailer. It's just too, and I understand that the nature of development now is everything lasts and goes on forever. And it takes $1 million and billions of dollars and 100 people to make anything. But 4 years is too long for a teaser.
Okay. So what about like 7 years or something like that? Because I feel like we got to look at Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, the next big thing from Naughty Dog. That was at the Game Awards. That looks cool.
Yeah.
And then Bloomberg is saying that that's not releasing until 2027 at the soonest, which is, that's a wait.
That's okay, because you're going to have a remaster of The Last of Us to play each year. Yeah, they're going to remaster it again. Just they'll do it. We'll put it on Switch too.
Are they going to do an Ellie edition?
Sure.
They'll do an edition where they just map all the models from the TV show onto everything, so you can play the TV version of it.
I hate that you put that into the world because they're going to
do that, right?
Well, there's plenty more to talk about. We're going to take a quick break right now, but we're going to talk more State of Play predictions after this. Stick around.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now. Hey, what are you doing on June 7th and 8th? If you said anything but going to IGN Live, you're missing out. Get hands-on with new and upcoming games, be front row for celebrity interviews, developer deep dives.
And welcome to IGN Live.
Live tapings of all your favorite IGN shows.
Roll the thing.
Free merch, exclusive looks at what's new from Netflix, Xbox, IDW, 2K Sports, and more. It's a huge party and you're invited.
Real fans, and I love that.
Get your tickets today at IGN.com/live.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing?
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
And we are back. We are just counting down to Sony's State of Play, one of the first big events of IGN Summer of Gaming. Summer Game Fest is this Friday, and we are going to have live pre- and post-show coverage for that. And then IGN Live kicks off Saturday morning. That is our big in-person fan event that is celebrating gaming, but also movies, shows, and more. And if you don't have anything going on, and you can make it to downtown Los Angeles, we would love it if you would come hang out. Head to IGN.com/live and check out the full schedule and grab some tickets. And if you use the offer code PLAY, you can get a special discount. That is offer code PLAY, as in the first 4 letters of PlayStation, which is something I would assume you're familiar with if you're watching this right now. That word play also shows up in other forms.
Wordplay?
Yeah.
Replay?
Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about video games. Let's talk third party specifically. Resident Evil.
Resident Evil.
Yeah.
You think they might do another one?
You think they're gonna...
You know what? I'm betting down on it. I think they will.
The scrappy underdogs at Capcom, you know, I
Yeah.
think they've got
You think
a
they
little
might
bit
do
of money
another
in
one?
the
Think they might do
coffers.
another one and maybe remake 1 or 2 of the other ones too?
I think that they are going to make a new one, and then next they'll remake another one. That has been
that seems to be the pattern,
Yeah,
right?
that's their
Mhm.
cadence.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Yeah, no, there's been some rumors around Resident Evil 9 recently, and specifically showing up in some form this week. I would be very excited for that. I don't know where that series is going to go next, but 8 was awesome. Like 8 took a bunch of the stuff I love from 4.
Resident Evil in space.
That's what I was thinking, but it's just Dead Space, isn't it?
Well, they're not making any Dead Space games, so I'll take a Resident Evil in space. I mean, these characters are goofy enough that it would make sense if Leon's like, "Oh man, got to do a mission for NASA."
Yeah, I mean, the last one had a giant lady in a hat with like just followed you around and with Wolverine claws.
So a giant lady in a spacesuit.
Sure, why not? I mean,
They did Wolfman in the last one. They had werewolves.
They did
so
Fish Guy.
Maybe they can do Frankenstein this time.
Ghosts. So let's get a pumpkin.
We were just talking about this. We found a pumpkin carving kit in the IGN kitchen. We're like, what if they got pumpkins in the new Resident Evil?
Yeah, they haven't really done any pumpkin stuff.
I think that people would be really upset if they did a whole pumpkin themed Resident Evil. I think that's a little too on the nose, but yeah, I mean,
so which one do you think they're going to remake next?
So I think we'll see Resident Evil 9 today, and I think we might see a tease for the next remake, and it's kind of all bets off on that. So Resident Evil 4 ended.
There's 4 options.
Chronologically, Code Veronica would make the most sense as next, but they teased 5 at the end of 4 remake, which was awesome. But also, like, they could just remake the first one, right?
Yeah, there's right now there's 4 clear ones. There's the Resident Evil Code
Did they
Veronica.
hire some people from Naughty Dog? Is that what happened?
There's the Code Veronica. There's 5. Then there's 0, which we haven't seen anything on. And then there was that rumor floating around about remaking 1 in the style of like they did for 4.
Right.
Because we already got a Resident Evil 1 remake, which was...
It's a big anniversary next year.
It
The
is.
original came out in '96, so that would make sense.
Oh, wow, yeah. I didn't even put that together.
Kind of cool. Yeah. I love the idea of that. I think 1 is phenomenal, but it's been remade like 2 times at this point. Yeah. But it's still got tank controls, and you play that side by side with the newer remakes, and it's it shows its age a little bit.
Yeah. Resident Evil Remake, when it came to GameCube, was like one of the best looking games ever made. But I loved what they did with Resident Evil 2, lesser degree 3, but 4 is like, that was like sacred cow for me forever. It was like, they're going to screw this up, right? And they knocked it out the park. I love that remake so much.
I liked 3 only because it felt like a roller coaster ride from
Sure.
start to finish, and
Yeah.
so that was kind of a nice change of pacing for Resident Evil. But yes, 4 is top of the charts.
3 was on the shorter side, but so is the original Resident Evil, so they could do like a tighter, smaller, maybe slightly cheaper, Resident Evil 1 remake that's got full-on third-person controls and maybe put some big awful thing that keeps bursting through walls and chases you through the whole game like they did in 2 and 3. I'm down with that.
I think it's interesting watching the kind of cadence they've worked at, and I could definitely see if they want to, put out a smaller remake, that would make sense. I feel like 4 was in the works for quite some time.
Yeah,
but,
4 was huge.
To your point, speaking of studios that have a good grasp on having a good cadence for regular releases, RGG Studio, the team behind Yakuza and Judgment and all that, they've kind of been bouncing between big, huge mainline Yakuza games, or Like a Dragon, as it's now known. I feel old calling it Yakuza. We're due for Like a Dragon 9, but the next thing we know that they're working on is Project Century, which is that brand new thing that got shown off at the TGAs.
Right.
It takes place in Japan in 1915.
Yeah.
It definitely looks like one of their games, but it's clearly way more high tech. It's it's gorgeous. It's like also way more gruesome. Do you think we're going to see anything about that, maybe?
I mean, we just got a Yakuza game like, 2 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
So
it feels like we get
one
one very often. Yeah, we get one like every 5 minutes.
They put out like a big one, and then they put out a weird little one, and then
Yeah.
sometimes there's like a spin-off thing where you're like a lawyer who skateboards. Like it's just
Actually, that made me think. Do you think we might get? Do you think we'll get Virtua Fighter?
That's the other possibility, because they're also working on that.
Yeah.
which is in the same engine.
Yeah.
Been a minute.
Although
since
that's really early. They barely even showed. It was barely even a logo drop, right? It was just
they've shown a little bit of like gameplay for Virtua Fighter, but it was a non-official gameplay.
Right,
It was like this weird camera angle of just showing, hey, these are some of the things we're trying out with the new Virtua Fighter.
That was part of like Sega was just like, hey, we're making new versions of everything you love. Bye. Like it's just like, well, like what? Like Echo and Crazy Taxi. They're like, yeah, all those ones, they're all coming back.
Yeah.
What about Billy Hatcher?
Did
we
they
don't talk
announce
about
Echo?
him.
Did I dream that? Did you tell me that's happening?
No, I think they said they're making a new Echo.
They're doing Echo.
Because that was when they dropped the Shinobi thing. And
Yeah,
then they were
yeah.
like, it's coming out any day now.
Yeah, there was a bunch of logos. They're like, also a bunch of new games from these old.
And there's going to be like a Crazy Taxi like live service game or something like that. It's lots to work with there. So I'm excited about that. It would be cool to see really anything from Capcom or Sega. One game that we got revealed back in February was Tides of Annihilation. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, Tides of Annihilation.
Yeah.
This is the King Arthur weird one with the alternate dimension thing, right?
Yes.
Very Devil May Cry kind of looking action.
Yeah.
Fast paced. All
Looks
about
slick.
the parries.
Yeah.
My kind of game.
Into it?
My kind
Yeah.
of game. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I love a good kind of magical realism type thing, and this is like London, but it's also Arthurian fantasy, and then there's giant platforming or something along those lines. It seems pretty cool.
Yep.
I think
There we go.
I want to say that this had a 2025 release on it, or maybe it was 26. I don't know. I'm be cool to know when this is coming out. It's sort of an unknown studio, so I'm skeptical, but also curious, because it is totally something we haven't seen before. There's like a bunch of games that are a lot from Chinese and Korean studios that Sony's been partnering with that we've gotten glimpses of that are sort of like Stellar Blade was one of them, for instance, and like that came out, blew a lot of people away. And
yeah, we've got Lost Soul Aside that's on the way. That was supposed to drop last month, but got delayed.
Yep.
So that one, there's a good chance we'll see some more of that, because I imagine they're gearing up for the new launch date. So I'm very much looking forward to that one as well.
No, this fall is getting pretty busy, because we've got, let's see, August 28th, we've got Metal Gear Delta.
Yep.
And then August 29th, we've got Lost Soul Aside. And then September 4th, we've got Hell Is Us.
Another
the game
really
I
cool
always
one.
think is Death Stranding.
Yeah. That's the one that looks like if Death Stranding was a Souls-like and you had a drone.
Yeah.
And a lightsaber.
Yeah, and a lightsaber.
And a lightsaber, yeah.
I'm interested in that one. It's
Dartboard
based
ideas.
a bunch on the Jeff Vandermeer's books, like the Annihilation series, which I think is going to be
read through
cool.
those. Yeah, that's really cool.
They're awesome.
Yeah, they are really awesome.
And this one again is like it I feel like it looks like it's pretty far along. Like it seems like it's going to be ready. You know, it's got a release date. I'm always just very skeptical of release dates right now specifically, because I think this is when a lot of studios kind of look at what they're lined up for the next, you know, that last 3 month stretch, and it's like, okay, do we kick this to November or do we kick it into, you know, Q1 of next year?
I mean, saying Metal Gear Delta, Lost Soul aside, and Hell Is Us all coming out within like 6 or 7 days from each other feels like a bad idea for someone, right? One of those games should budge.
Mm-hmm. But they really got their poncho physics down, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, ponchos have been all the rage since Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah, this is going to have one of the most popular features of Jedi Fallen Order, which is hundreds of boxes with ponchos in them scattered around the map. Yeah, collect upwards of 350 different... I'm making this up. That's not true. But you do have a lightsaber and a poncho, so it's, you know, I can see the comparisons there. Yeah, cool monsters there. That looks rad. Metal Gear. It's a big year for Kojima. You know, we've got Death Stranding, which is Death Stranding, but like I think a lot of people are stoked to revisit Snake Eater with modern sensibilities, modern graphics. That one we've been waiting for a while. I remember that was that we got like a leaked release date of November last year.
Yeah.
And there was the longest time where they had been committed to a 2024 release date, and we just kind of like looked up very late in the year being like, hey, so is that still happening? And then obviously it didn't. But no, it's on the way. I've been itching to replay this game for so long. And so this finally having a release date after like years of since being announced, I'm very excited for that, because I'm tired of being tempted to start this game over again on one of the older consoles when I can just wait for the new one.
Was this the same year as RE4?
Originally?
Very close. I feel like...
and like the original release.
I think that was what? Was that 04?
Yeah.
04.
So this was 03 maybe? Anyway, but they both came out kind of very close to each other. Both, you know, really wonderful installments in beloved series that have like... The original stood the test of time, and then RE4 got this killer remake. And I feel like Snake Eater wasn't coming along, and then they looked at like what the expectations are for a remake.
Yeah.
And they're probably like, let's tighten up the graphics in level 4. Let's really make this thing shine. And
3's sort of arguably the best Metal Gear.
I think I agree. I think gameplay wise, there's a bunch of stuff in 5 that I like better, but 3 is like kind of front to back.
It's also the earliest in the timeline.
Yeah.
So it's you can start there, and it'll make just as little sense as if you play it. I don't know. It's going to be killer. Also, from what we've seen, they're keeping all the weird little extra bonus bells and whistles in there.
Yeah.
Like I was kind of afraid that they would, you know, you wouldn't have like ape escape monkeys running around.
Right. I think what you just said is why they're going with Delta instead of 3, because I think if this works, I think we'll get maybe a chronological remake series from them. I think they'll probably release remakes in chronological order, which would put which one next?
Rectangle?
Rectangle would be next.
Metal Gear Prism.
Peace Walker 5, Metal Gear 1,
yeah,
Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 4,
and then they'll remake
Dance for Vengeance. Yeah, it's a weird series to jump onto, but I think there was some piece going around about how Konami found out that a lot of younger gamers don't know what Metal Gear is, so they're just like, what is this?
Yeah,
it's like, well,
oh man, that's makes me feel old and depressed.
Yeah.
But hey, they'll have an exciting new chance to find out what Metal Gear is this fall.
Yeah.
Or will they?
Or will they?
Or will they?
If it comes out and they buy it.
All right, so pie in the sky
play it.
predictions, expectations. What do you want to show up that's not going to show up, Brian? Let's start with you.
I was thinking of what they could port to PC. We were joking before we started recording today about, will they put Astrobot on PC, even though that feels weird and wrong and dirty?
Ooh, that would be really smart of them, though.
Like maybe sell a DualSense and it comes with a Steam code for the game, which again feels really wrong and dirty. That whole game is about building a PS5. Which doing on a PC feels wrong and dirty, but
seems
hey,
weird. I don't know. I don't get it.
So I guess that would be my weird prediction today.
Okay.
But I like what you were saying before about a Venom spinoff, like a smaller.
It's the equivalent of the Miles Morales sort of in-between game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be down for a Venom game.
I mean, although the second half of Spider-Man 2 was basically a Venom game anyway. But
Yeah.
Jada, what do you think we're not going to see that you want to see?
I mean, I would love to see more Kingdom Hearts 4, but we know that's way too far out. We're not seeing that. Selfishly, I'd also would love to see the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy get a remaster for modern consoles, because that's trapped on the PS3 / 360. You can play it on modern Xboxes, but I want to play it on my PlayStation, get my trophies again. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. we talked about so many things. I don't think we're going to see the new BioShock. I don't think we're going to see Judas. I don't think we're going to see Bloodborne. Sorry.
30 minutes without saying the B word on Beyond.
That's what I thought you were going to
did
say.
it.
And you were like, Astrobot on PC. And I was like, not where I was going.
It's the 10-year anniversary of Bloodborne.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah.
Do something.
I don't know.
Poke with a stick. Literally anything.
Just
Do
show
something.
Sell that hat on the store.
I'm looking at chat. A lot of chat is wants Dino Crisis.
Yes!
Dino
Yeah.
Crisis would be a big one.
Oh my God, I'd be all over that.
There's some
there was the Bloodborne spin-off-y thing that was
Night
announced, right?
Bloods.
Yeah.
Night Bloods.
Dusk
but that's
Bloods.
Switch. Dusk Sorry. I've been playing Night
that's
Rain.
Switch though, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's a Switch exclusive. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Final Fantasy VIII remake in chat.
Okay.
Final Fantasy in general, like we're still waiting for the final installment.
Yeah,
of
we might
the
get part 3.
FF7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we know what the word is that they're going to call it? There's like, was it?
They
remake,
haven't.
Requiem.
They haven't said yet what it's going to be.
Something that doesn't confuse people. And
Oh, it's going to confuse people. That's
Yeah.
the intention.
Yeah.
And they've already used a bunch of their best R words so far, so I have no idea what's left for them. But they'll figure it out.
Yeah. I don't know. Are we going to see a Final Fantasy 17 before we see another remake?
Probably not. I think we get a remake next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, there's one rumor that's flying around very recently that we're going to see a 2.5D, 2D God of War Metroidvania or platformer or something.
That was
That would be fun.
Set in ancient Greece, like a spin-off. Sure. If we see that today, I'll be very excited.
Yeah. I would love if that's a thing that Sony did, is just if we're going to have to wait until 2027 for a new Naughty Dog game, I don't know, maybe get a smaller studio to do something with like Jack and Daxter, or give us a small Uncharted spinoff. Like basically what we're seeing with Shinobi and Ninja Gaiden, where they're like, hey, here's a studio that clearly grew up with these games, making their own spin on that. I think that could be really fun. I hope the God of War thing is true. Yeah. It feels also very much like Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown.
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah.
Give me more shorter games that are just really cool, tight experiences.
Have the Hades guys do it or something.
Yeah. They're busy with Hades too. They're just trying to get that out there. So, which I'm been playing too much of that in early access.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what other stuff.
What about you, John?
My wacky prediction.
Yeah, what do you got?
Gears of War Reloaded being shown on PlayStation before it's shown on Xbox.
Oh man,
that would be. I mean, we know it's coming to PlayStation, so.
Speaking of things that just feel wrong, I mean, it could happen. Like the solid lines or dotted lines on the highway now in the console wars.
I think it was for April, like the top 3 bestsellers on PlayStation were all Xbox. It was
original
Minecraft, Forza, and
Call of Duty, probably
Sea of Thieves or something.
Sea of Thieves,
Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, that's wild. And again, like where do you put that? Because people watching the State of Play presumably have a PlayStation, and they would be open to buying this game that already exists on the other thing. But do they return Microsoft's calls when they're like, hey, we got a new trailer for Gears of War we want to put on PS5? I don't know.
I mean, if we got other crazy from Xbox, Halo, we get into Halo. Is Halo gonna make an announcement? Like, that would be insane.
I guess. I mean, Xbox is doing a showcase thing on Sunday, but this is a PlayStation show, so we'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, that's the weird thing, is that a lot of it used to be like there would be the big, huge, the big like first party, press conferences. There'd be E3 to catch all the rest of the stuff, and now we're kind of being like, which bucket does this thing fall in? Like Microsoft's putting their stuff on every other platform. There's a bunch of stuff that's going to be at Summer Game Fest. Yeah, it looks like the State of Play is starting in just about 30 seconds. Friendly reminder, this weekend is IGN Live. Please come hang out downtown LA. You can go to ign.com/live and use the offer code PLAY and get a deal on tickets. So check that out. The State of Play, I believe, is starting any second now, so we're going to switch over to that. But stick around here for the live post show right afterwards. We will be sitting right here. See you then.
Emotion running through our veins, heartbeat Love is making waves, emotion running through our veins, heartbeat. Love is making waves. I'm facing my fears, not backing away. I'm facing my fears, not backing away. We're touching skin to skin, the bodies that we're in. We're feeling everything. We're only human. No superheroes can save us all in the end. We'll break away with it. We're only human. Emotion running through our veins, heartbeat. Love is making waves.
Hello from Enhance. I'm Tetsuya Mizuguchi. ディレクターの石原隆です。ルミネスアライズのトレーラー楽しんでいただけたでしょうか。この秋、PlayStation 5、PSVR2 対応で発売予定です。ルミネスアライズはバラエティ豊かな曲と美しいビジュアルが没入感を高め、いつまでも遊びたくなるゲーム体験となっています。その世界はとても心地よく、プレイヤーを共感覚の世界へと導きます。まあよくある普通のパズルゲームってことだよね。テトリスエフェクトを一度遊んだことがある人はわかると思いますが、ルミネスアライズはただのパズルゲームではありません。夏にシングルとマルチプレイの体験版を配信予定です。ぜひ皆さん手に取って遊んでみてください。Thank you and enjoy the rest of State of Play.
The future. It isn't just a dream. It's a promise. One we're turning into reality. With our third generation of Luna filament and advanced generative AI, we're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. We create life for our future. Delphi Corporation.
Let's see about getting passed through to Earth. And why are these things trying to kill us?
There you are. All better.
You patched me up?
I am DI-03367. They are
Whoa,
pragmatic.
hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something? I'm good. Get behind me!
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through. What the?
Bypassing first and second firewalls. Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
Hey, D.I.
I said I am
Okay. Look, how about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Hey, today is Saturday, which means curry time.
Awesome, I love curry.
Speaking of curry, apparently the current president is actually a humane.
What does that mean?
It's okay, I'll get it.
Curry time.
Romeo! Romeo, stay with
Grandpa,
me.
I'm gonna die.
Romeo, listen up. You're gonna die in about 15 seconds.
Seriously?
Seriously, don't worry. I made this just in case. The Dead Gear Life Support System. Don't move, okay? You're already half dead. From now on, you're half dead man. No, wait, that's pretty lame. Dead man! From now on, you're dead man.
I'm a dead man.
Romeo is a dead man. Coming 2026. Maybe.
Huh? That was Grandpa's voice. Are you like a spirit?
I'm on your back.
What?
皆さんこんにちは。グラスホッパーマネージャーの須田剛一です。いえ。皆さんトレーラーどうでした？グラスホッパーの久々の新作ロミオ・イザ・デッドマンです。いよいよ発表できました。このゲームはですね、主人公のロミオがロミオ・スターゲーザーという名前なんですけどかっこいいでしょ。時空犯罪 FBI 捜査官として、凶悪なですね指名手配犯をさまざまな時空に飛んで、倒していくそんな、ブラッディなアクションゲームとなっています。そして今回はですね、剣だけじゃありません、銃も使えます。ストロングスタイルのアクションゲームとして、チーム一丸となって頑張って作ってます。そしてなんで、タイトルがですねロミオなのにデッドマンなのか、それは皆さんぜひ続報をお待ちください。プレイステーション30周年過ぎちゃいましたけどおめでとうございます。それでは引き続きステートオブプレイをお楽しみください。
サクコ、どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。裏切り者。誰もいないの？足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし。いや！ひらこ！来るな！ ひなこどこにいるの？ひなこはいいよね。何でも持ってる。そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいせいする。一人は嫌だよ。寂しいよ。ずっと一緒だよって約束したよね。暗いのは嫌。一人ぼっちは嫌。錯誤。裏切り者。
The castle has been sighted again. The Church's orders are absolute. These human sacrifices must be stopped.
We will track the ethereal castle, break its gates, and exterminate the creatures that dwell within. The Demon Lord himself will fall by our hand.
This mission will test the limits of your courage.
You will face horrors beyond your darkest imaginings. Beasts that defy reason. Creatures born of pure darkness.
Thousand Blossom! Die!
With me! Cross Reaper!
Tonight, we start our mission!
So you've come, dogs of the Church, right into the palm of my hand.
The visuals of Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't quite put into words. You've somehow been sent back in time 8 years. But the situation here is critical. I'm counting on you, Agent. Our ultimate mission is to uncover the causality between these anomalies.
It's probably a phase electron life form. Is that what you call us Digimon? I'll always be right here with you.
Who exactly are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who or what is that?
You really don't know anything about the digital world?
We have been enemies for years now, but this is the first time the Titans have launched an attack on this scale.
We now believe most of the anomalies we've been dealing with stem from Digimon.
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
The world on this end is running out of time.
If the gate is opened with the digital world in such a state, the human world will most certainly be affected.
Do the Titans not care about the end of the digital world?
Stop it! That egg is very important!
world tree has been attacked.
It is just as great one, Plutomon said.
It can't protect anyone.
We must protect the world from them. For this purpose and this purpose alone were you born.
If that thing opens, then we'll be swarmed by digital.
Attack!
Please, everyone, lend me your strength.
Everything's riding on
to
you.
move forward into the future.
We must fulfill our mission. Agent.
O Father, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our sins, that we might know salvation.
If you feel wrong, blame yourself or the Father.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
The powerful must rule the weak. It is our duty. Heavens fall upon your crown!
This vile charade has gone on long enough. It ends now.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann, here to deliver news and release dates for games coming to PS5 later this year.
We hope you enjoyed that first look at Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. The game will include 2 versions of the original PlayStation Classic. The enhanced version, which features improved graphics, fully voiced dialogue, refined gameplay, and much more, as well as the classic version, which brings a faithful recreation of the 1997 original to modern consoles. Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles launches on PS5 and PS4 September 30th, and will be available for pre-order later today.
This next game is something really special. When I first played it, I laughed so hard I almost barfed. Let's check it out.
But is there maybe just toilet?
Toilet?
Yeah, I just need to pee.
How badly?
Just normal. Bad.
Just go behind this bush. I'll wait.
I can run away.
Pee shy.
No.
Yeah, no, you don't want me watching.
You can watch.
In baby steps, all you have to do is carefully place one foot in front of the other, which is easier said than done. Main character Nate requires some pretty deliberate movement to make even the simplest progress. It's a captivating open-world experience filled with oddball characters.
Here we go. Knock knock. Oh, no. You found it even without a map. The best toilet on the mountain.
Oh, good.
Definitely check this one out when it comes to PS5 on September 8th.
Hirogami is a unique action-adventure title from Bandai Namco Studios Singapore. In this journey to save your origami home, you'll transform into paper shapes with distinct abilities, including a paper airplane, a nimble frog, a hardy armadillo, and a powerful ape. Master the art of folding when Hirogami arrives on PS5 later this summer. Sid, why don't you tee this next one up?
Thanks, Sean. The Hot Shots series has been with PlayStation from the very beginning, and its latest installment, Everybody's Golf Hot Shots, boasts its largest character roster ever. Compete in courses from 10 different regions around the world, each with weather effects and new nighttime variants. Pre-orders begin later today, and those who do will get Bandai Namco's iconic Pac-Man as an early unlockable character. Everybody's Golf Hot Shots drives onto PS5 September 5th.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is a challenging new entry in the long-running action franchise. From the makers of the Blasphemous series, Ragebound stars dual protagonists from rival clans, forced to combine their souls and skills against a demon uprising. And longtime fans will really love the pulse-pounding soundtrack featuring guest composers from the original series. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound arrives July 31st on PS5 and PS4. From the game makers, Cairn is a survival climbing experience where you must carefully plan your ascent up a deadly mountain. Manage balance and stamina to discover secrets.
Hey! Hey, wait for me!
Encounter other climbers.
I'm Marco. Nice to meet you.
And survive the harsh conditions of the climb. You can give it a try yourself with a demo that arrives later today. That's all from us, but there's still a lot of State of Play to come.
This next reveal comes from the game preservationist at Digital Eclipse. Nothing can prepare you for their next collection, arriving later this year.
We knew pretty early on that the game was fun to play, people were excited about it.
The most rewarding part of it is just seeing people react to it.
We knew that we were onto something.
It was such a shock to see this game. I was like, I can't believe this game exists.
It became something that added to the mystique of Mortal Kombat brutality.
We're showing you a part of a world that is much larger.
There was no template to make the games. It's a bit of the Wild West.
Every part of that game is an expression of who we were and what we wanted to do.
Flawless victory.
Control here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
That guy? No, he's close. Where did he go?
We've lost sight of the enemy. Find him. We're under fire. Enemy position unknown.
Loading like this? It's a revolution. All right, Commander.
Baby.
Take this! Here comes another one! You won't get away from me!
Time for you to taste some real pain.
What's the matter?
I'm over here. Go back to your own world. See you in hell. I'll grind you into nothing. What the?
Gotcha! Gotcha!
Spirit stones. Shining stones imbued with humankind's never-ending dreams. Since time immemorial, this power has been the impetus for human wars.
Such an ominous atmosphere, and one thick with the presence of Eratama.
What makes a shogun? Here is my answer.
Foolish of you to have entered the depths of hell.
Who might you be, warrior?
Tokugawa Takechiyo.
皆さんこんにちは、チーム忍者の安田です。戦国死にゲーシリーズの最新作2王3をついに発表させていただきました。今作のアクションはシリーズおなじみの侍スタイルに加え、新たに忍者スタイルを追加、より多彩な戦闘を楽しめます。ステージもオープンフィールドとなり、探索や攻略の自由度や没入感が大幅にアップしています。本日よりプレイステーション5で体験版も配信いたしますので、ぜひプレイしてご意見をいただければと思います。2026年の発売に向け、続報にもぜひご期待ください。
No one knows how old the city really is. For me, it's all I've ever known. My whole world. I was raised in this city's shadow, free to take whatever I need to survive. This city hides many lost and legendary treasures. Locked away, waiting to be found, waiting to be taken. But some treasures come with more trouble than others.
I thought I was dead. And who are you?
Tidewalker, are you there yet? Cleo has uncovered a formula for a cure, but she's keeping it safe in her tower.
Hey, you got some hosen?
Marketland seems a bit tense today. I heard something happen with another Tidewalker. Damn it! It's gone! Someone beat us to it!
Ever since the Great Flood, Elend, my dear planet, has been dying. Plastemia has taken everything from us. But you Tidewalkers are all connected.
Hey, you! Stop right there!
And it's up to you now to use that power.
Help me. Get down!
Tidewalkers. Will you help us?
Hi, I'm Nicholas Ducey, the game director of Astrobot. It's a pleasure to be back today to share more news with you. What the last few months it has been in the world of Astro. Astrobot launched last September to such encouraging feedback, even receiving a few honors we are truly grateful for. In October, we added 5 speedrun levels, followed by a Christmas special packed with festive surprises. And then earlier this year, the Vicious Void Galaxy made its appearance, adding yet more new challenging levels, all of which came at no additional cost. And today, I am pleased to announce that later this month, you will be able to enjoy 5 brand new challenge levels in Astrobot, bringing the total to a whopping 90 planets. And new special bots will be there too, including Atsu from Ghost of Yotei, alongside other fans' favorites, but these ones are a surprise. And finally, the Astrobot DualSense wireless controller will return later this year, with a slight twist, so be on the lookout for more news coming soon. From all of us at Team Asobi, thank you all for the amazing reception you gave our game, and enjoy the rest of the show.
My old man always said to me, he told me to get a ship. Then it hit me all so clear. No old man just got a ship. Memories go, memories stay. We're chasing the sound of the waves. It always sways, it always strays. Standing on the beach all day. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hi everyone, I'm Kristen Zatani. That was a new look at Sword of the Sea, a visually striking adventure from the team behind Abzu and The Pathless. We're excited to announce that Sword of the Sea will launch this summer into the PlayStation Plus game catalog. On June 17th, Remedy brings otherworldly action to game catalog with FBC Firebreak. In this cooperative FPS set in the paranatural world of Control, you and two fellow agents must confront and contain the reality-warping chaos found within the oldest house. Fun in short bursts or deep dives, FBC Firebreak launches day one into game catalog on June 17th. The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes several new titles this summer. The PS2 version of legendary immersive sim Deus Ex arrives June 17th. In July, Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4 join the service just in time for the second season premiere of Twisted Metal, which arrives July 31st in select countries, including Peacock in the US. Additionally, two of Capcom's most beloved games from the original PlayStation are set to join the Classics lineup. Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 will arrive later this summer in the Classics catalog. Additionally, Myst and Riven will arrive later this month as part of the Days of Play celebration, running now through June 11th. Days of Play is a 2-week event that includes bonus PlayStation Plus content drops, great deals on software and hardware, and more. Visit PlayStation Blog and PlayStation.com for full details.
His parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall, then found his way off that mountain. He was 11 years old.
He then started a grand tour of every major boarding school in Britain.
Always at the top of his class.
Always at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No, and I suspect he feels the same way. But what he did in Iceland...
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck. Give me one good reason to put him in the program, Mom.
I think you just covered them all, Greenway. It's really quite simple. Bond is a bullet without a target. Let's give him one.
Do you have an appointment?
The name's Bond.
James Bond. He's with me.
And you are? Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
So you shouldn't have.
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the endgame is, we won't see it coming.
Jet lag. Gets me every time.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that. Tell me, what do you do, James? Lately, headhunting. I suppose this is another teachable moment.
Hello, I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of Iron Interactive. The team is thrilled to announce 007 First Light. You'll experience James Bond as a young air crewman in the Royal Navy. Before the tuxedo and the martinis, as he first steps into the world of espionage, striving to earn his 00 status. Everyone at IGN Interactive has poured their passion and dedication into crafting an experience that honors the legacy of Bond, harnessing our 25 years of agent expertise. This is just the beginning of our journey with 007, and we can't wait to share more with you soon.
Still with me?
自由のために戦う。さあ、お手並み拝見といこう。君のことは親友だと思っているが、やるしかないようだな。ビブラニウムのシールドだけでは私のアーマーには勝てないぞ。よし、本気でやるぞ。つらい。くらえ。おいためよ。耐えてみせろ。
任せてちょうだい。パンチ。私の名前の通りマーベラス。
親愛なる隣人スパイダーマンだ。スパイリーセンス。今日もお見事大勝利。
俺とやり合うってか。調子が出てきたぜ。俺様の名はスターロード。胸に刻んでおきだ。覚悟しやがれ。シュートベルト締めたターゲット。イーストロス流のスペシャルメニューお見舞いするぜ。いやーベイビー。その目に焼き付け貧弱なる。やれ。
援護する。風よ荒れ狂え。たとえ人々に嫌われていても私は世界を守る。さあ耐えられるかしら。これ
正義のために。これが私のとっておきだ。
こっちだよ。
全てをやっつぶすよ。抱かれなさいせや。
またなベイビー。
我々のチームワークは絶対に破れない。
マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ。
プレイステーションの友人から急になんか飲みに行こうぜっていう連絡が来て、なんのこっちゃと思って、予定合わせて行ったんですけど、ちょっと飲んでる中で実はアークの方でマーベルの格闘ゲームを作ってみないかというような提案をいただきまして、いや本当に聞いた時はびっくりしましたね。で、世界的に本当に有名な IP ですし光栄だなと思いつつも、まず本当にうちの会社で大丈夫かなという不安もあり、
The inspiration for working on this project really came from a place of pure fandom and wanting to say, why isn't PlayStation in this space?
So PlayStation approached us with this vision to bring Marvel back to the forefront of the tag fighting genre. And that got us really excited because we had worked with them before on successful stuff like the Marvel Spider-Man franchise with Insomniac.
When it came to approaching Marvel, you have to kind of first float the idea and let them know, hey, we're thinking about approaching a company like Arc System Works to make a fighting game. We'd love to partner with you to do this really great collaboration. Would you be interested?
When they named the developer, that really perked up our ears. It's always refreshing to work with a team that will take on the challenge of tackling Marvel, putting their own spin on it, and they're just uppercutting that challenge into the stratosphere. And that's what you get with this team. I mean, they couldn't make something boring if they tried.
社長からも本当に作れるんだったらぜひやりたいねっていうことを言われました。話を受けてしまった以上、これは私がプロデューサーなのかなっていうところで。
The tricky thing is that most fans, including myself, see this as a sacred genre for Marvel. The tough part is finding a partner that's crazy enough to take on the task, because you either do something like this big and bold, or you don't do it at all.
I feel like I have a good grasp on their art style and how they would approach certain IPs. You come in with your kind of own expectations of, here's what I would expect to see from Arc System Works when they take on a Marvel IP. And what came up was something that went beyond that.
一番最初にマーベルさんに提出した時は、なんとなくマイケルさんの反応はあんまり芳しくなかった印象があって、何がまずいのかなっていろいろやっぱり直接話していくうちに、もっとアークのやりたいマーベルを見せてくれというような話をいただいたことがあって。
I remember personally the first time I saw Iron Man was really when I felt we had something special.
なので今回のアイアンマンのデザインを皆さんご覧いただければ分かると思うんですけども、かなり日本らしいアークシステムワークスらしいデザインっていうのが、出ているかなと思うので、マーベルの皆さんの反応がすこぶる良くて、あ、これなんだみたいないう感じで。
Iron Man is supposed to be the sleek fighter jet, think luxury race car mixed with a brick house. And the fact that they added anime mech elements to him just felt really naturally at home.
One of the mantras that we have for this project is from Japan to the world, and really trying to take not just the IP but gameplay mechanics and say, what can we really take from Japan, the creators that are doing awesome work here, and bring that to the global platform.
特別なところいっぱいあるんですけど、本当にやっぱり強調すべきは、格闘ゲームのチームバトルの中では4対4というのがまず本当に意欲的で挑戦的なところだというところと、
When Arc looks at these Marvel characters, it's not simply just the visuals, it's also the gameplay mechanics and adding in that, what is that pop? What is going to be something that's different? Up until now, you've seen tag fighters that have 2v2, 3v3. We felt like we just had to go 4v4. And in doing so, we found a lot of unique and fun ways to change up the gameplay that I think players are going to be very excited to see.
今回4対4という革新的なところにチャレンジしている中で、4キャラクター練習しないと勝てないんじゃないのとか、安心してください。
Learning 4 characters is extremely daunting, but the team at Arc System Works has found a way to design a system that adapts to your playstyle. So you could either duke it out as just the leader and 3 assists, or you can tag in your assists to swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
I don't think a lot of people thought this day would be here, would come. This has just been an awesome journey, and I'm excited that we get to be able to share it with all the fans out there.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of fighting games, they never get to experience this level of production. And it's just a dream to even be working with these two great partners.
それは決してビジネスという枠組みではなくて、それぞれの強い思いの中でこのタイトルを成功させよう、いいゲームにしてファンに届けようと。
The three companies have come together to do this, and I think we really are going to make something magical here.
このタイトルですね、まだまだ開発途中ではありますが、続々とキャラクターも発表していきたいと思いますし、キャラクター以外のコンテンツというところも今後いろいろ出ていくと思います。今しばらく楽しみにお待ちいただければなと思います。Stay tuned.
You're still with me?
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
Beyond and hello and welcome once again to a very special live State of Play post show. I'm Max Scoville, host of IGN's weekly PlayStation show, and joining me to discuss everything Sony just revealed, my esteemed colleagues Jada Griffin, Brian Altano, and John Davison.
Beyond.
What a show.
What do we think?
Wow. That's probably the best one of those they've done this generation.
You think so?
I think that's probably the best State of Play showcase thing they've done in the PS5 era. I'm going to say it right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very hot on that.
Okay. What was the standout breakaway wonderful number one thing there?
I mean, new gameplay for or seeing Bond in action, seeing a new Marvel fighting game in action, seeing more from Metal Gear Delta, seeing more from Ghost of Yote, getting release dates on a bunch of stuff. It was a lot of really solid stuff in there, and it didn't really have any soggy middle areas like a lot of their stuff does. So I'm into it.
I want to talk about James Bond.
Sure.
007 First Light from IO Interactive, the studio behind the Hitman games. They have a little bit of experience making games about an agent who has a 7 in his code name. I think I've been very excited for this one. We first heard about that in like 2021, I want to say.
It's been a while.
Yeah, about as long as we've been waiting to hear about Wolverine, and I'll take this. I'm into it. John, you're British. What do you think?
I'm British. So I'm eminently qualified to talk about James Bond, and he does have an English accent as well. So no, I thought it looked great. I mean, there were bits where you could definitely tell they were building on the Hitman of it all. There were they're saying they're going to do a gameplay reveal later, but I mean, you could tell what they're going for. I mean, it's definitely more of an action game, but there was a lot of the sneaky stuff. And then one of the things about the last Hitman that was great was this work they did with environments, right? When when you go to the nightclub and when you go to the thing where it's packed with people and you're kind of like mixing in with stuff, and it looks like they've learned a lot from that, and they're putting that in here. There was that one thing where he was kind of like working his way through the thing. There's the lights and everything, where it was a really atmospheric kind of vibe to it. So I'm glad that they're kind of like keeping it like Hitman-like, because honestly, Hitman is the most James Bond-like game. That exists.
World Assassination is pretty much.
I mean, it is kind of a Bond game. So I mean, I think they're building on that and really kind of sort of using that as a framework. I like the idea of a young James Bond. I mean, honestly, on the movie side of things, they've been talking about rebooting Bond with a young Bond forever, and then they keep chickening out on it. So the fact that a video game is leading the way there is actually, I think it's a really good thing that, it might actually push the franchise forward.
Yep.
There's been, a lot of talk that Bond as a franchise is becoming kind of irrelevant. And there's been talking like, unless you go back to the 60s, there's no way of capturing the kind of truth of Bond, because it's sort of a bit of an antiquated dinosaur of a character, but by making him a young character, maybe you can make it fresh again.
They also distance it fully from the Daniel Craig stuff.
They've distanced it fully. Smart. They're like kind of making him, he's like a recruit. They said he's not even a 00 at the beginning of the game, and he's kind of got to earn it, which is sort of like, so they're kind of starting the lore over and ignoring everything that's established elsewhere, which is kind of daring, but it's great that a video game is doing that, and it's not a TV show, it's not a movie. They're using a video game to experiment, and maybe this will actually help push other Bond media in a more daring direction rather than putting another middle-aged white guy on screen again,
Well, we just got,
nothing more,
a good parallel there is Indiana Jones. We just got The Great Circle, which was awesome. I would say that was a better indie movie than the last movie we got,
for sure.
It nailed it. But again, it had the whole thing where it was trying so hard and Troy Baker did a killer job. It was trying very much to be Harrison Ford. It was tapping into the original films, and that's got to be a little bit suffocating for developers to have to, color within those lines and stay within those boundaries. And I don't know, I'm a big time Bond fan, and something that's made the character so, so versatile and so timeless is the fact that they're constantly recasting the guy and constantly giving us different versions of it. And I like this. It looks a little bit cartoony, very slightly,
It's got some really great vibrant colors to it, which I wasn't expecting. I thought it would be a little grittier, but I think that one of the things that Hitman always did really well was humor. And it's one of those things that I feel like Bond fans know that that's a significant part of that franchise. When you think of James Bond, you think of explosions and car chases and, the women and all that stuff like that. But there's a lot of kind of tongue-in-cheek, funny, winky stuff. Yeah, and it seemed like they're nailing that vibe tonally. They've also got some big set pieces and stuff like that we haven't really seen in the Hitman games to that extent. So
the car chase stuff where, and the camera work that they were showing there. They're definitely pushing things further than they have in the Hitman games.
Hitman World of Assassination very quickly became one of my favorite games ever. It is so good. And
and when they stitched them all together in one seamless experience, I replayed through the whole thing on Steam Deck, and it was, it works great on Steam Deck. It's a great Steam Deck game. But when you play the whole franchise all the way through in sort of from beginning to end in one thing, and then they do all the side mission stuff as well, it's such a great experience.
That's my biggest fear for this, is that it is too much of a linear experience, because obviously the Hitman games, there's a story there, but the real stories are the ones that happen in each isolated mission. Which they're like little dioramas almost. They're kind of these clockwork little microcosms, and a Bond movie is all about bouncing from one thing to the next. I can't imagine a Hitman game with car chases. I don't know if there's been one, but
I hope that they still allow for some of that emergent stuff that's in the Hitman games, where there are different ways to approach things, so that it is kind of more because Hitman had a lot in common with some of the the more kind of emergent adventure games, where it was there are multiple ways to attack something like Dishonored or a game like that. It has a lot in common with a game like that, where there are 10 different ways to go to tackle a puzzle. It is really a puzzle game as much as it is a murdering game. And I hope that they're not switching to just a linear action game where it's just go here and shoot.
I don't think that'll be the case. But again, the thing I'm trying to kind of guard my expectations with is expecting another Hitman World of Assassination when this is going to be something different.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be super linear. I don't think it'll be that varied either. But I think that the reason they got the assignment to begin with is because they're going to build a couple of sandboxes for us to play in that are going to be really fun. And they're going to be connected by, big set pieces and stuff that's a little more on the rails. But I have a feeling you'll finish this game and you'll want to replay it and do stuff differently. And that's the mark of a great Bond movie, right? You watch it, you want to watch it again, you want to watch more of them. So there's also there's a lot of opportunity here. There's been a great long tail on a lot of the Hitman games and sort of adding new content. If they want to dig into costumes and villains and ancient stuff from Bond lore from decades ago, there's tons of that stuff for them to pull on. So I'm really glad we finally got to see this. It feels like it was hiding for so long, and now it's here, and now we're going to see more of it soon.
Yeah, this trailer gave me basically everything I would expect out of a Bond game. Yeah. It had a little bit of everything just sprinkled throughout it. So I'm very excited to see where this one
older
goes.
Gamers will remember that we used to get Bond video games pretty regularly, and some of them were okay, and some of them were amazing, but they just stopped happening for a while, kind of like the movies. So
the last sort of big AAA one was that EA first-person shooter that was on like Xbox 360, I think, right?
Yeah.
Which was didn't they do like a Daniel Craig flavored reboot of GoldenEye?
Yeah,
which was a whole other thing. Yep. Now, shifting gears, I want to talk about Silent Hill F, which we got a big, huge look at, and also a release date, which is September 25th. That is coming at us real fast. This is the one that's set in the 60s.
I'm getting confused on the logic of the lore of Silent Hill. Are we now to believe that there is a town in Japan called Silent Hill?
I really think it's sort of like every town has an Elm Street, right? But also there's like there's Paris, Texas, and stuff like that. So
I feel like they've lost sort of sight of why the game is called Silent Hill.
No, Silent Hill is it's a state of being. It's a state of mind.
No, it isn't.
It's the fog that follows you.
It was in a place called Silent Hill.
Every summer, my family gets in the car, we drive to Silent Hill, Florida, and we go on vacation. It's great. It's a good time.
Do we know what the F is for?
Forever.
What the F is for?
What the F is for?
F knows.
I would say
there's just like there's like a rogue letter in there, which is I feel like a very like Kingdom Hearts 3DS naming convention, just being like we've got like a musical note in there for some reason. Like why is that?
I'm guessing the F is forever. The two characters they were talking, or the main character was talking, and there was some line in there about. We were supposed to stay together forever.
Oh, you and your logic, Jada.
So maybe it's Silent Hill forever, and
Maybe.
it's just forever moving to
or
Japan
it's just
now.
that naughty F word we can't say on the show.
I thought it looked.
So where do you say when you get grabbed by any Silent Hill beast?
My concern with this one is you see too much of the creatures.
They showed us. So this is always so funny about being like a fan of video games. Is like you're like, we haven't seen this game in so long. Show us more. Show us more.
And then they showed us
cool. Here's
lots
everything.
of it.
And I had to look away at one point, not because I'm scared. I'm a big tough boy when it comes to spooky games. I was like, stop showing me all your creatures. I want one of those things to leap out of the shadows at me when I'm playing this game at 1 o'clock in the morning by myself.
But also, did you notice that they're not in the shadows?
Yeah, they're not. They're just playing.
They're
broad
just
daylight.
straight up right in like.
Also, they're picking on school kids. What's going on over there?
But they're like
Monsters
right
are
out in the
terrible.
middle of a field. Like I think one of the things that made Silent Hill so great was it was creepy and things were sort of in the darkness and hidden behind the fog. And in this, they're just like creepy shaped things that are right out in the open. And I think that kind of diminishes the scariness a little bit.
I don't know. I mean, they don't need to hide. They don't need the fog to be scary. Like
Well, the F doesn't
definitely...
stand for fog. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this lands because we got was it Ghostwire Tokyo?
Right.
There was Slitterhead came and went last year. We've seen these different kind of Japanese spins on survival horror.
And there was that other really bad Silent Hill that they released. What was that called?
We all kind of
the Livestream one or whatever?
Oh, the one that was like a TV show that people were.
No,
like...
there was another one. Do you remember the day they announced 25 Silent Hill projects at the same time?
It wasn't particularly silent. It was very loud that day. But yeah, I don't know. I'm happy to see this franchise get kind of spun up again. There was a minute there where it was just dormant and everyone was mad at Konami with good reason. I think it's wild that we're getting a brand new Silent Hill game less than a year or roughly a year after the remake of 2.
Yeah.
Which was gorgeous.
Which was great. It was yeah.
It seems like they're kind of leaning over and copying Capcom's homework with Resident Evil, which is not a bad thing at all.
They're remaking a Metal Gear game, so yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You're onto something.
If you see a working formula, you follow it.
Yeah, I mean, we put together like a whole documentary recently at IGN about like Capcom's sort of like fall and rise. Like they've had this really incredible kind of boomerang back into the exact place they should be, right? Making awesome games again. So, that's a good studio to emulate.
Yeah, I think Silent Hill F looks fantastic. I think it's going to have the scares that we are expecting of a Silent Hill game. I think it's probably going to go some weird places story-wise because what Silent Hill doesn't. I mean, Silent Hill 2 had the bunch of secret endings or different endings depending on your actions. I fully expect that stuff to be there this time around as well. I think this is going to be another win for Konami.
Sweet.
Well, I hope to stick the landing on that. We need to take a quick break, but first, a reminder that IGN Summer of Gaming is going on all through June, and we've got tons of awesome coverage planned. This Friday, you can catch Summer Game Fest, and then all weekend long is IGN Live, our massive in-person fan event, which is covering gaming, but also movies, shows, collectibles, all that good stuff. We've got live interviews with celebrity guests, over 100 playable gaming stations, and mountains of giveaways. If you're in the Los Angeles area, we would love it if you joined us downtown in the Magic Box at the Reef. You can find a full schedule over at ign.com/live. Use the offer code PLAY at checkout for a special discount. We'll be right back. The Sony State of Play live post-show thing is happening right now. We'll see you in a second.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle starting at $399.99 while supplies last.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
For everyday use, including live productions like this one, enjoy a thinner, lighter gaming experience with the latest NVIDIA GeForce RTX 50 series GPU, the advanced performance of the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, and a breathtaking OLED gaming display. Our first tweet. What do we got, Jada?
We got from @GotchaChagama. This guy aura farming, and it's just images of Doctor Doom in the new Marvel. What is it? Marvel
Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. It rolls off the tongue.
Totally
so
does.
This was a fun surprise.
Oh my god! I absolutely love this reveal. The Arc System Works has just launched me into the stratosphere for this game. I love Guilty Gear. I love me a good Arc System Works fighting game. And this looks like it's delivering on everything I would want out of a Marvel fighting game after Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite just did not live up to the previous Marvel vs. Capcom hype. The 4-on-4 fighting, we saw Ghost Rider, Doctor Doom, Iron Man's got a new look, Cap's there. There's so many great characters. Storm, yes.
Storm's awesome. This is like one of those, like the IO people making a Hitman or a James Bond game. It's one of those like peanut butter and chocolate things I wouldn't have thought of, but the second you see those things coming together, you're like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. The art direction they're going with on this, like the characters designs specifically, like Iron Man, who's got like a tinge of Evangelion in him, and he's got this Doctor Doom with the little
eyebrow thing.
The Gundam eyebrows. Yeah, the Gundam eyebrows. Like it's so awesome. This is such a cool surprise. This looks like a lot just in terms of like the sheer amount. Like there's like characters tagging in, like the effects when they're beating each other up.
And very often all four are on screen at the same time.
It's nuts.
Look, I love fighting games, so this was one of my top ones from the show, like by far. I love it didn't even have to be Marvel. If it was just Arc System Works doing a new fighting game, I would have been just as hyped. But this is very cool, and I think it's going to get a lot more people in the door because it is Marvel, and Marvel just has that effect.
They got Spider-Man and X-Men characters in here, which is like they made the right call to the right lawyers, and they got the right people in this game, which means we might get Wolverine here. We might get, Deadpool
there was
might
a
show
moment
up.
where I thought this might be the demo that we get Wolverine in.
Like I did the whole rewind thing. Did you think it was going to be on the TV in the bar?
I thought it was going to be
that. I thought so
It'd be
too.
weird. Like, why would Wolverine be watching State of Play?
No, Wolverine.
Arc System Works, Bob. Let me see that again.
The one thing distinctive about this whole State of Play was that there was a lot of very distinctive art styles throughout the whole thing. Like, there was a lot of games with very daring art. Like, there was not... Like, in the past... There have been a lot of things that all look like basically Unreal Engine games, right? That have that sort of grey-brown kind of sludgy look to them. Whereas this one, there was a lot of really daring art design. So there was this. There was Romeo is a Dead Man, which we have to talk about in a minute because it was insane. There was that Tides of Tomorrow thing, which also had a very distinctive art style. There was Sea Remnants, which also had a really cool look. There was a lot of things that were kind of blending like very kind of video gamey looks with very hand-drawn look. And then the Bloodstained game also looked really cool. Like, I think we're finally getting to a point where, you know, the art departments are really kind of like pushing what the hardware can do, and are sort of really, they're kind of leading the way. If it's not the graphics engine that's dictating what they're doing, it's like the art is leading the way.
What I love about in the Arc System Works thing, there was a bit in there where, you know, the art director was like, yeah, I handed off my designs to Marvel, and they seemed kind of disappointed, and they came back and they were like, can you do it more your way?
Yeah.
Which is really fun. We just got Marvel Rivals, which gave like all these iconic characters remixes, and it's really refreshing, and it makes these things, you know, stand out on their own. It's fun to see them like that.
Some of the effects on the Ghost Rider stuff was insane.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so awesome. I mean, like it's my general feeling about this generation so far has been pretty lackluster, right? And this State of Play was the first time I was like, okay, we're starting to fire on all cylinders again. Like we're fine. It took 4 years, but we're finally getting to the point where it's just like everybody's kind of cooking and it's all coming together. And I just really liked what we saw today. This Marvel game was an incredible surprise, and I love the idea of like this being a hit and there being a long tail where they just keep adding
dropping characters into it.
Yeah, because I just want to see all of my favorite iconic Marvel characters in this art style, blowing stuff up and punching people.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. The unique designs they gave, like Doctor Doom specifically.
Yeah,
the
he
fur
looked
on
great
the
with
fur.
the collar.
I love that.
It's also, I don't know, that there for a while it was like, is this going to be a 2D or a 3D thing? And they're doing the same thing they did with what is it? Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like it's cell shaded 3D, but it's moving so fast that it's kind of just like it clicks.
Yeah.
And I mean, Fighters is a great example. Like I remember when that came out pretty much side by side with Marvel vs. Capcom Infinity, and I feel like it kind of ate their lunch.
Very much so.
Yeah, caught on with the fighting game crowd, but at the same time, it also pulled in a bunch of more casual players who were like, I want multiple Gokus to punch each other really fast on the TV. And then, you know, that's what we got. I feel like we're going to have a similar thing here where it's, you know, fighting games can be a bit daunting for more casual players to get into, but if it's recognizable characters, that's
I'm not going to be able to play this game. I have no idea what was going on.
Well, I feel like
you didn't catch the parries, the grabs, the neutral
no idea what
game.
was
You
going
didn't
on.
catch
It
none
just
of
looks
that?
cool.
I'm such a purist for like old school like pixel art, right? And like Marvel fighting games sort of like were rooted in that, right? And so was Ninja Gaiden, and so was Bloodstained by way of Castlevania. And we saw all those games are now running on their own engines with their own art styles that aren't pixel art anymore, and they all look effing awesome. And I'm really happy to see that like we can, you know, not necessarily leave pixel art behind because it'll always be special to me, but like build this whole new generation of stuff that looks really fun and really arcadey and really beautiful, but is taking things into the next level.
So John, you mentioned Romeo's a Dead Man.
Yes.
We should definitely
Which had
talk about
every art style under the sun in it.
like just
I love the idea of someone just taking Suda like a bunch of money and saying, please do whatever you want.
They just airdropped a bag of money onto his doorstep.
So my brain went through like 7 different what genre is this?
Yes.
Like the opening dinner table scene, I'm like, oh, it's another one of those like wacky cooking games where you're like, you know, you've got to fast pace around the kitchen and serve food and stuff
And then
like
they shove the thing into his eye.
And then they kill a guy, and then stuff starts happening, and I'm like, Suda! It's gotta be Suda. This is Grasshopper for sure. And then the Grasshopper logo popped up, and we were all clapping and cheering in here. Like,
yeah, there was a point where there was that game was there. If it wasn't Suda, we'd be mad on Suda's behalf.
Yeah.
Because somebody was, you know, copying his homework.
I'd be like, somebody bit your stuff big time over here.
Yeah.
That was so. First of all, like, Suda's made a lot of games for different platforms. He's been sort of making, you know, he made No More Heroes and Travis Strikes Again and stuff like that. And you know, like he's been on like, shall I say, like less powerful hardware with a lot of stuff. So seeing his stuff just singing on a PS5 like that, I was like, oh, they gave my boy some money. They're gonna let him get out there. They're gonna give him some more polygons to play with. He's got a little bit more horsepower on the hood. Let's see what he can do. And yeah, it looks bonkers. I love everything I saw for this. And I love that afterwards he does a little interview and it's just like, there are some questions like, you know, why is Romeo dead or whatever.
Like, Suda's great. I love him so dearly. Yeah, that game looks wild. You're playing as like an FBI agent who's like traveling through space and time to kill people for some reason.
I mean, who cares?
Yeah, and your grandpa's on the back of your jacket and talks to you.
The premise is outrageous and is, I don't want to say irrelevant because it's going to be so wacky and such a good time, but I'm just so down for Suda's next thing because I don't think I've ever been disappointed by anything that he's put out. I always have a good time just going through his fast-paced action, gory, tons of blood and particles everywhere. Like this is
I will say that for what we said about the Bond game, about how we hope it's got more open environments, I hope this has less of those, because historically that is like that is not necessarily the forte of like the No More Heroes games, right? Give me like a
Just
linear
funnel me down a pipe and make me kill things.
Put me in the tunnel with the knife and the gun and everything else, and just let me murder shit.
Looks like a good time. Also, just doing crazy stuff with typography there. Like,
Yeah.
just really, just kind of. I love that it's just like throwing as much design at something as possible,
Yep.
and like, yeah, obviously taking advantage of more powerful hardware, but also just going kind of wild there. It has like almost like similar, not vibes or aesthetic, but similar notes to Intergalactic.
There's
very
yeah.
like yes,
There's
kind
a-
of
it's a-
mixing the thing.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of his stuff in the past has leaned more on like punk rock, hip hop stuff, and this is getting a lot more weirder sort of 70s sci-fi, but with still like a lot of the aggressive punk rock elements to it. So yeah, sign me up. I want this game right now. This might be my favorite game that got announced today. Actually, this might be my biggest surprise now that I'm talking about it.
It's just so
Now
good.
we also got. Not a release date. We got another apologetic postcard from Pragmata for the folks at Capcom with this game. What is this? Do we know what this game is?
I mean, it looks like another 3D action game. Almost gave me a little bit of Stellar Blade vibes.
It's a little bit Stellar Bladey.
Yeah.
But also it's got some, I kind of like got some Vanquish from it, you know?
Yes,
I like that we're
that
like
too.
doing like a wine tasting here. We're like notes of blackberry. Yeah, they keep kicking this one further down the road, which is frustrating. I hope this finally comes out and we get to play it. It's a weird looking game, but in a fun way. I don't know. I was let down. What was that? Was that dinosaur game that they put out? The dinosaurs fall out of the hole in the sky.
Dinosaur Hole.
Dinosaur Hole. Thank you, Brian. But again, like that one was kind of out there. We still really just want a Dino Crisis. That's all.
Right.
It had a little bit of a kind of like inverse Bioshock to it, where you're the big daddy and you've got the little sister with you kind of thing going on as well, where like she's kind of like walking along with you and kind of accompanying with you, and you're the big lumbering thing. I thought that was kind of an interesting dynamic, because usually in games like this, it's kind of the opposite way around.
Yeah, I was a little like, okay, yeah, sure, been there, done that. And then she like hops on your shoulder during the combat, and she's like, "Let me help." And all of a sudden, she's like,
blasting,
just breaking down people emotionally or whatever, or physically, like just shattering them into smithereens.
I
And I'm
mean,
like,
what else do our young girls do? Young girls excel
that's what
at.
my kid does every day. Yeah. So yeah, I'm the combat looks really fun here. I like the idea of Capcom using what I believe to be the RE engine to make like a big new IP that I know nothing about, rather than like the 9th or 10th installment in a popular franchise. Although I would have loved Resident Evil 9 today, because we talked about that so much at the beginning. But hey, we got some new Capcom today anyway. So yeah, look at the traversal in this game, just like flying up and down these space stations, fighting these big silly mech things. I'm down. This looks like a good time.
I'm okay with us not getting Resident Evil 9 because they actually showed us Pragmata. Because it's just been a joke. I almost said in the pre-show, I was like, I wonder if we'll get a postcard from Capcom about Pragmata. And I didn't. And I wish I would have made that prediction now, because...
Also, exciting thing, it's the summer of gaming. The week is young. Like, we still have, there's ign-live this weekend. There's Summer Games Fest. There's the Xbox conference.
Yeah.
Like, normally when they do like a state of play in like October, I'm like, well, man, we're probably done getting new stuff this year.
We could get Resident Evil at the Xbox thing.
True.
It's possible.
Very true.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We got a lot of release dates.
We did.
Yeah.
Which is unusual, right?
It's
Now
also
they better commit to
Well,
it.
hey,
or I'll be
GTA
very
6
mad.
is out of the year. So now they're like, okay,
now everyone's
we can...
like, all right,
like, here we
all
go.
like-
Here we go.
There was a lot of stuff at the beginning of September.
Yes.
Yeah. All of them, they were probably very scared for a while. It's like watching like a wolf leave a forest and all these like
No,
woodland
everything
creatures
scuttles
come
out and goes, yeah.
Is it
that
safe?
first week in September, we're back.
That's going to be kind of a scramble. I mean, it's a good problem to have this many kind of games kind of at the
I
same
feel
time.
like
But
in our pre-show we went through 3 or 4 games that were coming out within a single week, and I think that based on this, like a couple more even got added to that pile. So
yeah, I mean,
it's busy.
Everybody's golf Hot Shots on September 5th. Am I going to play Hell Is Us or Hot Shots golf? I don't. That's a tough call.
What a choice.
Yeah. How am I feeling today? I don't know.
Baby Steps on September 8th, Hirogami on September 3rd. Like, there's a lot of stuff that week.
Yeah, I'm really excited about Baby Steps.
I am so excited for that. I did the preview for us, and it is just so much fun. It is hilarious from like moment start to whenever you put the controller down. Like, it's just a blast.
Which game do you think will be better in terms of 2025 games where you fall down a lot? That or Death Stranding 2?
I think Baby Steps will be funnier.
Okay.
But Death Stranding 2 will be more depressing.
All right.
Oh, right.
I mean, it's Kojima,
You're
and
really,
it's Death
really,
Stranding.
really selling it.
This game has just some really wonderfully uncomfortable little cutscenes where
It
it's
does.
just people keep like peeking indoors or like popping out from behind bushes. And I'm very
The
excited
plot is
for
a lot
this.
more toilet driven than
Yeah, I was
going to
say there's a lot of toilets in Baby Steps.
and I feel like I shouldn't be surprised about that at all. He's
also looking up from the toilet.
Yeah. Does he have one of the pants that have like the little thing
flaps?
on the flaps? Thank you for getting there before I could.
I was talking with the developers when I was previewing it, and your outfit will get dirty depending on where you fall. So if you fall in a bunch of grass, it'll get covered in moss and green and dirt if you're all in dirt. And so like they fully expect people to go through and try to keep their outfit as clean as possible without falling.
I said this on Beyond a couple months ago, but that game looks like it smells. You know, like it just they've been threatening us with this like smell-o-vision technology for years, and luckily it hasn't happened. But I feel like with this game, you'd have to like fumigate the house.
I feel like it would be kind of the perfect one to launch with that kind of technology.
Stinky poo-poo man who keeps falling in the mud.
Thank you for offering this expert criticism and analysis, Brian. This is Bennett Foddy working on this, who made Quap and Getting Over It. And I interviewed him a million years ago at some like GDC, weird indie game showcase thing, and his whole philosophy is like it's not so much the game itself, but the frustration from the player that he kind of gamifies.
It definitely has a Getting Over It kind of. It's definitely a successor to that kind of vibe.
I'm hoping that it's a little bit less aggressively frustrating and more just kind of funny to play.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
From what I've played, it definitely is. There is, as you explore, because it's just kind of an open world, they just kind of set you free. And as you walk around, you're just like, oh, look, there's something over there. There's like a broken down carnival. Let me walk over there and see what's over there. And then you try to get there and you're like, oh, do I take this like really narrow like bridge, or do I walk down this hill and try not to fall? But oh, there's something up on this hill. So am I good enough to walk across this narrow bridge or not?
Can you die, or do your pajamas just get
As
dirty?
of right now, I have not. I didn't see a health bar. There was no way of dying that I could see.
So you're very good at games, so you wouldn't know.
That is true.
I
did get to a point where I was sprinting in the demo with him. I got pretty good.
Well, we need to take a quick break. There's lots more Sony post-show coming up. Stick around.
They said it's just a game. They said it's a waste of time. They said it's impossible. But our spirit doesn't die. It respawns. On the Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop, we hold our L's like badges of honor, earned through whiffed parries, missed point-blank skill shots, by dropping hot, then getting eliminated in the first 10 seconds. They said it's impossible to reach bronze in League of Legends after 10,000 consecutive gameplay hours, to master the art of rage quitting gracefully, or to beat blueprints without using a guide. Okay, that one is actually pretty impossible. What they didn't see was the late night grind, the weight of carrying your teammates, the 50th one more game, the rush of a victory royale. Because every game over is just a new chance to reach your impossible.
The Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop. Enjoy a thinner, lighter gaming experience with the latest Intel Core Ultra processors, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 50 series graphics, and a bright IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by FX's Alien Earth. Premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
It's like .emu
And we're back. We saw a bunch of cool games today that we're going to have to wait a little while to play. So in the meantime, why not get yourself some brand new games right now? The Badass Brawlers Humble Bundle gets you 7 totally kick-ass beat-em-up games for the low price of just $16. You will get modern classics like River City Girls 1 and 2, Double Dragon Neon, Final Vendetta, The Chaotic Kaiju Killer, Dawn of the Monsters, and so much more. Head to humblebundle.com today and start beating some stuff up. Let's talk about the show opener that we got, which was Luminous. What is it? Awakening?
Arise.
Arise. Okay. And it's in PlayStation VR. It's the Tetris Effect folks working on it. It looks
very cool.
Yeah.
Looks like what I would hope from a new Luminous type game.
Yeah. Shocking amount of PSVR 2 stuff in this today. Luminous is
I thought
amazing.
They weren't doing any more VR 2 stuff.
Well, usually before these things, they go like, tune in for exciting updates and new reveals of PlayStation 5 and PSVR 2 games. And this time they just said PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, finally, we're going to leave that thing behind. They forgot it at launch and then moved on since. But no, it got some decent support today. Luminous Arise looks really cool. It took a full minute for me to figure out what game this was
Well,
based on...
because the beginning of it was someone walking down the street.
Yeah.
I thought it was Yakuza. I thought it was Kiryu walking through. You know.
We were just yelling out different franchises in here. Yakuza, Rez,
Spaceman,
Bubble Bobble.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. So I'll always take another one of these games. The original one on the PSP and Vita, and the ones they put on like this was always such a fantastic handheld game for me. But I will totally play this.
And the music on these things was always amazing too.
Yeah. Sure. Give me more Luminous forever.
I'm gonna get some good play on this with my Portal when I just want to have something else on the TV.
I mean, it's weird that it's VR because it's like the perfect kind of handheld game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. It's literally in your hands with VR, John.
Oh, yeah, awesome. That's
that's
exactly what I want.
John, just put the handheld right against your face.
The sort of double-edged sword with Tetris Effect in VR is that it's just Tetris in VR, like really cool, but also it's Tetris in VR.
Right.
Like I think anybody who's played Tetris can immediately figure out what's going on and kind of be like wowed by the presentation of it. And I guess I'm curious, like how will that apply here as well? I mean, Luminous is not as immediately like a recognizable puzzle game. It's Tetris is universal, but like this is a little bit.
What I think Luminous does really well, the Tetris Effects completely tapped into, is that thing where you just go zen. Like where you just black out.
And that's Miz's whole thing, right? The synesthesia thing, where you kind of like really zone out to the music, and
where all of a sudden someone's calling your name from the other room, and you're like, "What?"
Yeah.
I'm happy that
this is not exclusively VR. This is going to be on regular PS5 too, which is good.
And it's getting a free demo this summer. Which
that's cool.
I'm into.
Yeah.
I really liked what the old games did and what Tetris Effect did, where all the levels just start to melt into each other after a while. So, and then there's that one that always comes in after like 15 of being in Zen, where it's just like hyper fast and there's gongs playing, and you're like, oh God, it's so scary.
It's very chill until it's not. And
yeah.
It's scary, and you have to stop playing because there's like a whale flying by or whatever.
Yeah, no, this was a cool surprise. This is one of those like I consider like at this point like a classic PlayStation franchise, right?
Yep.
I know it's come to a bunch of other platforms, but like this is the kind of stuff I want to see in these state of plays, right? Like new entries in games that I've loved on PlayStation for ages now, and I get a brand new one, so that's great.
Now, the other thing we got a glimpse of in VR is Thief VR. Ugh. Let's talk talk through it. What's the problem here? What's going on?
You take a fantastic game like Thief and you waste it on VR. What are you doing?
Well, yeah, it's okay. So it's one of those things where it's like if we were also getting just a sort of standard brand new Thief game, then sure, do whatever you want on the side, right?
Yeah.
Like give me the big cool new console Thief game, and then you can also be like, and here's the one where you can see your
VR mode.
hands.
But
sure.
don't make it a VR game. No one will play it.
It's they're so.
I'm so mad I dropped my glasses.
It's okay. It's okay. Well, when you put them on, you can see that there's a PlayStation VR 2 logo in the corner, and you're going to get so mad you're going to drop them again.
I don't want to see that.
No, so this is such a double-edged sword with this because I feel like PSVR 2 was kind of dead on arrival, right? PlayStation from the jump basically didn't support this thing. It was overpriced. It had a strong, dedicated fan base that didn't really get what they deserved. And then they kind of just gave up on it for a while. But it's still getting games here and there. And like, I'm in no rush to buy this thing because I feel like even if they price drop it to, practically nothing, it's only going to get a couple of games a year. And that's just not enough for me. So this is really cool for people that have PSVR 2. Nothing really in the world can get me to buy one of those things at this point.
But meanwhile, Thief is a fantastic franchise.
Yes.
That has been like criminally ignored by anyone, all the people that have like held the IP over the years, and like you've got Eidos Montreal who are now kind of like having another go at it, and they're releasing it on exactly the wrong platform.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is Vertigo Games that did the Metro Awakening and Arizona Sunshine.
Oh, well, those were well done.
Yeah, it's a good VR studio. But again, I see your point where it is. What was the last Thief game we got? Like 2014, the Thief
Xbox One launch title, I believe.
Yeah. But I mean, we also got Dishonored. But then that where's that?
Right.
Yeah. So it's a tricky time for that. Now let's jump ahead. Let's talk about some sort of wonderful throwback games. We got Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, which I'm very excited for. That's the
so hyped for
that's
this.
the studio that did
So
Blasphemous.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I want to see more of this.
Like published by Dotemu, who did Shredder's Revenge. They nailed that sort of like slash jump thing. Like that is just one of those things. Like if you made a new DuckTales game and Scrooge McDuck didn't do the pogo stick hop on people, you'd be like, this game sucks. And so here it's true. Look, they nailed that jump. And that's one of those things. It's like, if they didn't get that down, I'd be like, get out of the kitchen. You just can't hang. Sorry.
I literally, so they started talking about bringing back some of the original composers to do some of the music work for it. And some of the music kicked in, and I literally got goosebumps because I remember playing this original game back in the day, and I'm just like, oh, I'm so excited to hear this music again and play this brutally difficult side scroller. Like, I love Ninja Gaiden, and it just, I cannot wait.
Now, if you're young and you didn't grow up with the NES, Ninja Gaiden is a series of games about a guy who continually gets killed by an eagle.
Yeah.
No,
those birds.
The birds were
the
like
birds are the toughest things in those games.
So deadly back then, though.
Yeah, this is one of those, like, this is exactly what I want when people are like, we're making a new version of a classic franchise. I haven't played this yet, but it's out next month, which is really, really exciting. It's not jammed up with the 16 other September release date games.
Yep.
I don't think these guys were worried about GTA 6 at all. So we just get an awesome action platformer next month from a great developer. So yeah, sign me up.
Yeah. On a similar note, we also got Bloodstained, the Scarlet Agreement?
Engagement.
Which, did you say the Scarlet Agreement?
I don't know. That opened with like an extremely high-res, very polished cinematic, and then it kind of scaled back into gameplay that looks more akin to what we expect from that, which is
the up and down teeter-totter in this room, the seesaw of like, were we like, is this Bloodstained, or is this a new Castlevania, or is it a new Bloodstained, or is it a new Castlevania? And we were like, well, look at some of the people in this game. They don't really look like the people they put in Bloodstained games, aka they're not. And
then the music was very, very, very Castlevania.
Yes, yeah.
Saw the curry, the curry food item that they picked up and ate. I was like, that's very Castlevania too.
They got the cleric beast in there.
Like the cover band has been doing, the cover band thing for so long that they haven't usurped the original, but like the original stopped putting out new music. So like, this is what we have. I want nothing more. We were talking about, Konami, like going back to the roots and stuff like that. Like they made a Contra game last year that I did not like. That was such a swing and a miss for me.
Tactics?
Yeah. And I think that there's like a chance that they could put out a brand new Castlevania game. Until then, this is the kind of stuff that's going to have to hold us over, which is not a problem.
I really enjoyed the Bloodstains I've played so far.
Yeah.
They're very solid Castlevania likes. And so I'm very excited to see where they've kind of grown for this one, because it looks like a lot of the things that they were the original Bloodstained was missing at launch. Looks like this one has going into it already. So it'll be interesting to see how some of these new mechanics and such, like there's multiple characters, like are we swapping between them at the press of a button? Is it like a tag system? Like what is that going to look like? So I'm very, very intrigued by this one.
I like how it says till death destroys our castle walls. Like it's not going to be me smashing through them looking for hidden items and meats.
There could be a roast chicken in there for all you know.
You never know. There always is. Slash at every wall in every one of these games forever.
We already saw the curry.
Now you mentioned Metal Slug Tactics. We got a Final Fantasy Tactics remake. Jada.
Final Fantasy Tactics is back, baby. Oh, I'm so excited to lose hundreds and hundreds of hours playing this game twice, in the original and then the updated version. This looks fantastic. I love this art style for it. This kind of like picture book kind of art that they did for these new graphics for the cutscenes and such. Like just gorgeous. Final Fantasy Tactics still to this day one of the best turn-based tactics RPGs ever made. There's just so many cool things. I'm hoping, because they say they have the original version, they're gonna have like the secrets that you can uncover and unlock those very secret characters that I won't spoil for those who are young, but that never got to play this. But there's some really cool stuff in this one, and I just really am excited to see what new things they did with this one. Fully voiced dialogue is huge for an RPG of this size.
Yeah.
Like there's so much content in this game, and for it to be fully voiced is insane, and I'm very happy about that.
When I first saw the enhanced art direction, I was kind of like a little let down because it's kind of subdued, but it's also one of those like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like that's one of the best looking, classic pixel art games ever made. And so there was that whole thing during the like Xbox 360 area where they would take old games like that and run them through like the most garbage filter ever and just make things look really bad. And here I don't feel like they did that. I feel like they preserved the sort of artistic integrity of the original.
This picture book look kind of reminds me of what we got with like Valkyria Chronicles back in the day. And so, I love that art style. So I'm very happy to see it used in this, for this one.
Now, another little throwback game we got there is the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection,
right?
With a K, which is
every possible flavor of Mortal Kombat, including the really garbage handheld games.
I mean, you nailed it. Like, so Mortal Kombat Advance is like notoriously one of the worst video games ever made, and if they preserve that to put it in here, like I'll be like,
I mean, fair play to them.
Yeah, fair play. Godspeed. This is a studio. Digital Eclipse have done such a phenomenal job over the last couple of years of not just like preserving original games and restoring them and putting them in collections, but building this like sort of DVD menu behind the scenes like narrative, showing you like it's almost like you get video games and you get a full documentary with it. And I just love that whole concept, right? Like this is a couple of years ago when they started re-releasing classic game collections. Here and there you would see little things like, bonus content would be like, oh, here's some promotional materials and stuff out, original box arts and stuff like that. But like having like the original like mocap sessions and interviews with people working on stuff. And seeing like a Game Boy game in there that you're going to play on your 4K
like that
TV.
They got like rollback netcode. You can run this to your 4K TV and just play Game Boy, just the original.
I mean, that would be the
play
funniest
online
thing.
with people. Like, it's extremely funny. No, I mean, with older games like this, there's always kind of like well, why don't I just emulate it,
Right.
But in this case, it's like, because they made like a extremely thoughtfully produced documentary and behind the scenes thing. And I don't know. I love that whole just wonderful kind of collector's pack there.
Yeah.
We need to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because there is more PlayStation State of Play post show and IGN Summer of Gaming coming right up. Stick around.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
And we are back. One big reveal we got during the State of Play is Neo 3.
Neo 3.0.
Neo 3.0. 3.0. Brian, what do you think about this one? You're a big Soulsborne guy.
I am all in. Yeah, this is another one of those games where I was like, "What is this? I know the studio behind it. I understand the pedigree. What game is this?" And then seeing Neo 3, I was I'm sold.
We guessed it wrong about 4 times during the demo. We're like, is it Onimusha? Is it?
That's one of my favorite things about watching one of these things. It's just like we're all just yelling out different names and genres and flavors. So I loved the original Neo a ton. And then kind of bounced off the second one. And I heard like they did some updates and patches to it after I played it. So maybe I'll give it a second chance, especially now that the third one's coming out. But yeah, this looks awesome. And they're adding like there's a new character that adds like a new fighting style in this one. So I think they said it was like a ninja, right?
Yeah, no, it looks like a little bit of Sekiro in there.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one was, you were basically like Samurai Geralt, right?
Yeah.
And then the second one, you could create your own character.
Correct.
And then this one it seems like I guess it's back to, did they actually say if you can create characters?
I'm not sure.
I didn't catch, but
I didn't catch that.
There's definitely different looking characters in this. So either it's maybe a roster of characters that you swap between, or it's create a character, and they're showing off some of the different customization options we get. But I mean, this looks really cool. I thought I saw like the little gauntlet parry that we usually get in Onimusha, which is why I thought it was Onimusha at one point.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just happy with the Neo 3. Like, I loved me some Neo 1 and 2. I still need to go back and finish 2. Was playing that one co-op with my partner, and we got distracted by other shiny things.
There are a lot of games. A lot of games
so
coming
many.
out. Oh yeah, so it says in Neo 3, the protagonist is a young warrior poised to become the next shogun. Why is he dedicated to battling against yokai? We'll save those details for another day. I guess
he doesn't even know yet.
Why is he fighting all these monsters that are trying to kill him? Crazy.
Don't just leave him there. Kill him if you can. It's your job.
Yeah, so that's cool. We did get a little bit of a ghost of Yote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Teeny tiny. We got a dog snarling.
And
I thought the dog was going to talk. Did you?
So I know they have.
That would have been
Let's
awesome.
go.
Max, you have a dog. I know they have dog toothbrushes now. I think they didn't back then.
They didn't.
Or that dog just ate blood.
I think that's a wolf.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know.
They're all evolved from each other.
I was able
It's a
to
very
figure
large
that
dog. No, I don't know. I'm excited for this one. I feel like I'm trying to just
So you were
deliberately.
expecting like a Scooby-Doo voice to kick in?
Yeah, this one. Are you going to be able to do like the Far Cry thing where you send the dog in to go bite people for you? Like I hope so.
Yeah, I hope
that'd
so.
be cool.
I'm hoping it just kind of like also has auto commands where sometimes like mid combo like finishers, the wolf will just kind of come in and bite somebody's leg.
My
and
dog
just,
has
like,
auto
yank you.
commands where he comes in and pees on the furniture. Which
There you
is,
go.
That's He's a puppy still. I'm just going to say that. But no,
yeah.
I guess I'm relieved we're not seeing more of this. Again, I'm like kind of on blackout. Like I'm like, yeah, I want to play this game.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be dope. Like the last one was phenomenal, and that came out on the tail end of PS4. This is from the ground up for PS5. Like I feel like this is gonna be really one of those just milestone tech demos of what this console could do. Like this is a Sony first party studio.
We live in an era where I don't really trust release dates, and seeing this today made me go, okay, maybe I believe this one. Like just a little check-in and like, hey, we'll be back soon with more, and then you'll get to play it in October, makes me go, oh, they're committed. They're actually going to ship this game this year. It's going to come out and we're going to play it. That's awesome. I don't feel the same about a lot of stuff we've seen today and that we might see this week or this summer, but Ghost of Yote, and this, don't clip this out and put it in your YouTube video when I'm wrong. Ghost of Yote is probably going to come out in October.
Oh my God, we're doomed.
I know, we're screwed.
This is my one prediction I got right today about the show. That we'd get a small tease about it, and then we're going to get a full showcase later this year.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited for that. I'm sure we'll be talking about it a lot more on Beyond as we get closer and closer, especially once that full showcase for it pops up. So
I rolled credits on Assassin's Creed Shadow a few weeks ago, and I'm going to take a nice little break from games like that, and then I want to replay Ghost of Tsushima right before Ghost of Yote comes out, because it feels right. And I realize I never finished the Monkey Island stuff, the Iki Island stuff. Yeah. So I want to go back.
Very good DLC. Very good.
That's cool. So let's talk about what we're sad wasn't there. What was the
Wolverine?
Wolverine. Yeah.
I mean, he didn't even show up in the Marvel game where he should have showed up. So he didn't make any appearances today.
I think that was probably intentional. They were like, we don't want them to think Wolverine is just going somewhere else right now. He's still here at Insomniac.
He's still in Insomniac.
He's in our house.
He's been there for 4 years in that bar, and they won't let him out.
Pounding shots the whole time.
Blacked out drunk. Just let him out. Let him fight people.
So Jada, what was missing for you? What was the?
I mean, we talked about it a little bit before the show. The God of War rumors and stuff would have been really cool to see something new from Sony Santa Monica. It's been a little bit since we got Ragnarok. Obviously, we got the amazing Valhalla DLC not last year, 2 years ago, right? At this point, which tons of content there. But would have loved to see that. And then I'm going to take Brian's, but obviously we didn't see the Resident Evil 9. I'll give you the jump off point. We didn't see any Resident Evil today.
I want to say the night is young on that one.
That's
right?
true.
Like,
yes,
I feel,
we said earlier. Yeah.
I feel like there's plenty of opportunities for Resident Evil 9 to show up in the next week. Less so for God of War 2.5D Metroidvania Greece spinoff. I feel like if it's not in a PlayStation State of Play, then we're right. Not a great title.
You said
Fix that title.
You said Grease, and I instantly went to like the old
the 1950s John Travolta.
Yes, John Travolta. I don't know why, when I heard Grease.
A musical.
A musical God of War. Why not?
I think Kratos getting sent to the 1950s could be.
I would play a Travolta.
It just fights a car.
No, so it feels like that one's. If it's real, I mean, it's based on rumors, right?
Yeah, it's all rumors.
It's not like it's confirmed or anything like that. So it feels like that's a thing we could see soon, but I don't think we'll see it this week. Again, don't put that in your YouTube video when it's wrong.
Yeah. John, what was missing for you?
I thought we'd see the Housemarque thing.
Oh, Saros,
yeah. I mean, I think you guys are both hitting a similar thing. Is this felt light on PlayStation stuff?
The first party stuff, yeah.
We haven't seen a lot of that, and I think this is a symptomatic of two things. And one is AAA stuff takes forever to make. It takes so long. And the other thing is, I don't know, about 5 years ago, someone was like, we should make 16 live service games, or 12, or however many it was.
Oh, you know
I think
what?
it was 16 and then 12. But or 12.
Oh, yeah, where was Marathon?
Yeah, no Marathon.
Yeah.
Considering how close it is and how many other games from September were in this showcase, it was, I mean, maybe they'll do a separate Marathon-specific showcase, but it was conspicuous by its absence.
Yeah.
Bungie is pretty good about doing their own streams and setting up their own streams. They've done a ton for Destiny 2 over the last.
But given they're the most significant acquisition that Sony has done, in a long time, you'd think that there'd be a lot more fanfare around it.
No, I feel like we got some good stuff. Again, it was like reasonable things, like to have release dates, and suddenly this fall is looking a lot more interesting and a lot busier, to be honest. Which isn't bad, but again, it's kind of like we come into these things, this like spirit of E3 being like, I want to get excited, I want to get all hyped up about things that we hadn't heard of, and there were a few really cool surprises in here. But yeah, it was kind of measured, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really liked the State of Play.
It was solid.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was like I said at the top of the show, right? Like it didn't really. Usually these things have like this sort of 5-7 minute stretch where I'm just not into it. And there was like 1 or 2 VR things back to back that I was kind of like, okay, sure. But for the most part, like I'm going to play 20 out of 20 of the 5 games I saw today, and that's a pretty good batting average. Would I have liked to see more first-party stuff from Sony? Absolutely. Also, I'm predicting that re-release of the Astro controller comes with a Steam code, and that game's coming to Steam. But that's my weirdest prediction I'll make.
My prediction on that is it's going to be a DualSense Edge for Astro.
Oh,
that's the twist. It's coming back, but it's going to be in the form of a DualSense Edge.
So it'll be more expensive,
Yes.
less batteries, but just as cute.
What if it's a PlayStation Portal?
Oh my goodness, that would be really cool. I've already got the 30th anniversary one, so I can't have 2 portals.
Yeah, you say that, but when you call into our show from home, you have like 15 controllers behind you. So
Get more controllers.
I like controllers. They're pretty.
Okay. Well, it's hard to play the games without them. You know, that's true. Yeah, this was fun. Thank you all for hanging out and talking about this. That is about all the time we have for today, but there is still plenty more going on this week. Friday, you will not want to miss Summer Games Fest, which you can catch right here on IGN. You probably would want to meet them, but all the games are great fun. They come out to have a good party, and we're gonna have some cool stuff going on right after that. And of course, Saturday and Sunday are IGN Live, which is our big, huge in-person event taking place in downtown Los Angeles at the Magic Box at the Reef. Come hang out. We're going to be streaming all of that, but if you can make the trip, we'd love it if you could come see us. Tickets are available at ign.com/live. So if it's not too much of a hassle to get there, we hope we can see you there. And if you use the code PLAY, you can get a special discount. Thank you for hanging out and watching us talk about PlayStation games. We had a good time. We hope you did too. We will see you next time. Have a good night.
Beyond.
They said it's just a game. They said it's a waste of time. They said it's impossible. But our spirit doesn't die. It respawns. On the Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop, we hold our L's like badges of honor, earned through whiffed parries, missed point-blank skill shots, by dropping hot, then getting eliminated in the first 10 seconds. They said it's impossible to reach bronze in League of Legends after 10,000 consecutive gameplay hours, to master the art of rage quitting gracefully, or to beat blueprints without using a guide. Okay, that one is actually pretty impossible. What they didn't see was the late night grind, the weight of carrying your teammates, the 50th one more game, the rush of a victory royale. Because every game over is just a new chance to reach your impossible.
The Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop. Enjoy a thinner, lighter gaming experience with the latest Intel Core Ultra processors, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 50 series graphics, and a breathtaking OLED display. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now. Hey, what are you doing on June 7th and 8th? If you said anything but going to IGN Live, you're missing out. Get hands-on with new and upcoming games, be front row for celebrity interviews, developer deep dives,
and welcome to IGN Live.
Live tapings of all your favorite IGN shows,
roll the thing,
free merch, exclusive looks at what's new from Netflix, Xbox, IDW, 2K Sports, and more. It's a huge party and you're invited.
It's real fans, and I love that.
Get your tickets today at ign.com/live.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Exactly.
Want more? Head to ign.com/plus and start your adventure today.